Holy shit, chat. I hope you're ready for today because I've never had so many things to talk. What is this? What is this? Hello? What? Let's go! Added those new Tangier redeems. What is wrong with me, chat? You know, I was on TNG and I'm like, oh, I'll just add some new stuff. I'm sure to be fine. Everybody will use it responsibly, fucking right. Hello, what's up, Mad Catter? Hello, I see a lot in your faces.
What's going on?
That's about accurate. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Wednesday, chat. Welcome back to a little bit of news.
What do you, the viewers, think it is?
Why should I? I hate it.
You're going to be small and stunted forever if you keep using that stupid excuse! Shut up! I don't have to drink it if I don't wanna!
I quit. Stream's over, bro.
I've seen you before. You're the
Really?
asshole on TV.
What the fuck? No.
Elara is short and deserves
What the
all the
fuck?
kindness to lift her up so she can
Why
reach
are
the
the
cookie
googly
jar
eyes
on the counter.
by themselves? What the fuck is this, dude? What the actual freakity fuck did you just do? Oh my god, I think you killed me again. I think you blew up my model chat. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yo, what's up, Yahweh? How are you doing? Welcome to my absolute fucking chaos of a fucking stream. What did you do? Walk 50,000 bits? What the fuck? I want to see everybody cheering for Walk for the 50,000 bits. What the actual fuck? This is very normal for me, guys. You're gonna scare up to cool streamers, guys. Don't do this. You're gonna scare up to cool streamers, guys. Wait, where the fuck? Oh, there I am. Okay, I was like, I think you guys actually fucking killed me. What the hell was that, chat? That's what I'm saying, Yahweh. You're
Massive W. Should we clip that,
You're
sir?
giving a bad impression, chat. You're giving a bad impression. I'm trying to. What is it? I don't know. I believe it's on my stream. What the fuck? Holy shit, guys! I better see some W's for Walk right this fucking second. 50,000 bits. Holy fuck, guys! Let me hear it.
How long I've been waiting for this. Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
I don't think you guys walk away from this.
You just make sure people know what happened here today.
I quit. I quit. This is the day that I quit, chat. This is the day right here that I fucking quit streaming. This is it, bro. I got no more in me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, of course, yes, yeah. Gotta make sure we have a fucking banana in here, too. Because why the fuck not? You're not allowed to quit until the subathon is over. Okay, well, look. Wait, there's 7 hours. What? Walk, what did you do? I was at 3 hours, dude. What do you mean? God damn it. Thank you for the 50,000 bits of also. What the fuck is wrong with you? I was doing so good. I had it so low. What the hell? Damn it, guys. What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday, and welcome to another episode of the Vtuber Review, where we're going to be chatting some Vtuber news. So, chat, let me tell you, I made a mistake taking Sunday off because, let me tell you, everything fucking melted down. Like always, everything just fucking ends up in the grave. Hey, I was going to put a stream on to help me sleep. I'm confused and awake. Oh yeah, I am not the streamer to put on if you want to go to sleep. Yeah, that is not this place. Oh my god. Hope you're doing well though. Everything is always on fire, I swear. Well, it's especially on fire because we're gonna talk about Hololive dropping Holostars, chat. Absolutely crazy development that we're gonna have to dive into. It is quite a lot to discuss. We also have to discuss a Sonic VTuber, Sonic creator in the VTuber community. Allegedly, I'm gonna say alleged till we read all the documentation, using a lawyer to threaten people into silence. Allegedly, we gotta look at this. A lot of other VTuber in the Sonic community. A lot of other allegations and stuff. We're gonna look it up. Guys, I have so much news, I might not be able to get through all of it today, but I'm gonna do my best. Missed yesterday's stream, and I bet somebody said something derogatory about male VTubers again. Oh yeah, Evan, basically, TLDR of yesterday. Male VTubers don't matter, and male VTubers should all quit. That's exactly what Red Claw said, trust me. 100%, that's exactly what Red Claw said. You can quote Red Claw from yesterday. Isn't that right, chat? That's totally what it said. Type 1 if you agree. Make sure you type 1. Yep. I've been trying to get Red Claw canceled. He's not even fucking here. I thought that was what the lie told her. No, that's what Red Claw said. Yeah, see, Yahweh gets it. It would. Guys, come on, let me have this. Okay then. Oh no, I actually put a clip over on my Twitter that kind of TLDR'd all of it. But basically, what we talked about was male VTubers.
The Google Docky Deliverer
are delivering Google Doc keys, but also on top of that, male VTubers are very valid. Just because they have to go through a little bit of a harder time does not mean that they're any less valid than anybody else. So, guys, thank you so much for the level 12 hype train. That's fucking nuts. Can we get some claps and some love in the chat? Thank you for the subs, thank you for the bits. Walk, thank you as well for somehow keeping us up and on going another day. We're perpetually stuck in one more day. I'm gonna John is better use whatever Laura said. See? Yahweh gets it. I like this guy. He can stay. But basically, TLDR is male VTubers do demographically do technically have it harder, but that shouldn't be a deterrent for you to pursue something that you're passionate about or something that you like to do, right? If you want to be a male VTuber, more fucking power to you. Do it. Go have fun. That's why a lot of work in supporting promoting male VTubers like Power Guy. Hell yeah. This is why I guess will support Nick the People.
I am the stone that is approaching.
Another day, another Bebo interruption. I'm here earlier. I started a little early because we have so much news to talk about. I'm gonna try to get through all of it. Pronouncing my name is Yahweh. Is this something? Oh no. Wait, I thought that's how it was pronounced. Okay, look here. I am bisexual, thank you. I do read my Yahweh, but I also read my... I'm a little more into Yuri these days, but don't worry about that. I do like my Yahweh as well. Oh no, pursue your dream but set expectations accordingly. Exactly. I mean, you don't have to sell out. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Any of that stuff that you want to pursue. If you want to do ASMR, that's totally fine. If you don't want to pursue ASMR, that's cool too. Like, do whatever makes you happy. I'm mispronouncing name is connect about it. It always bites me. I'm the worst with names, Nid. I think the first time I saw your name, I was like, Nefase. Nefase. Yeah, it's like Mufasa, but Nefase. My name sounds closer to Yuri, honestly. Yui. Okay, Yui. Okay, so Yuri, got it.
Oh, bro.
I understand. You're now Yuri. I'm gonna go to YouTube channel and be like, nah, this guy's name is Yuri. Yeah, what's up with this? If you don't know, Yui is actually a very, very awesome, I guess I'll say Souls creator, because he covers Dark Souls and Demon Souls and Elden Ring, all kinds of stuff. He's one of those cool people that does like here's the top 10 fist weapons in Elden Ring, like stuff like that, right? So he does a lot of cool guides or top talismans, things like that. So I might secretly watch your YouTube videos. Don't tell anybody I told you that, though. Hey, can't tell anybody I told you that. But now when I'm not doing yapping or news content, I'm normally playing Elden Ring type games. So hey, I'm worse with remembering names. You can have second place. Okay, bet. I'll take it. Elara has a mommy voice. Yeah, I feel like there's nothing mommy about me. I feel like I just sound like that lady from SpongeBob, you know? The one that, like, the really old one that's a spine that's like, did you see chocolate? Oh, sweet chocolate. I remember the first time I had chocolate. I always hated it. That's what I feel like I sound like. You know what I mean? Like, one of my favorite WLW stories right now is Fufu saying she didn't even though she liked boobs before gay. I love that. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. And I'll make sure to tell everybody you're my biggest fan. Let's fucking go. Yes. Reverse psychology. Fuck yeah. You sound just fine. Thank you. Cool vibes. Yeah, I think I got like the vibes. Chill voice number. Oh yeah, sorry. This is my actual voice. Yeah, sorry guys. Let me turn on my voice changer really quick. Yeah, just 1 minute. Number 15, Mr. Fister. The last thing Mulaney expects is a maiden's heartless fishing for fisting, but it's exactly what she got on October 18th when Elden Ring was released. I don't actually remember what the day was that Elden Ring came out. Amelie is a PNG Fugi herself as that character. Yeah, I love her so much. Yeah, Amelie is great, man. She's fantastic. But in case you missed yesterday, guys, we had a wonderful conversation about male VTubing. Go and check the VOD, or I did do a little TLDR clip. It's pinned over on my Twitter. So I got Peter Park. Yeah, he's working overtime right now. You know, I pay him very well, and he's gone. Way to go! You ruined it. Thanks a lot.
Oh, brother.
Man, way to go, Aaron. You know what? You're fired, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. You scared him off. He was fine. You don't talk about him. It's like Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. You don't talk about Peter Parker either, bro. Now he's gone. Way to go. This is all your fault. I expect at least 639,823 gifted subs. I don't know why that number popped in my head. Nobody expects the ring getting Elden fisted. I mean, my first run of Elden Ring was fist only. It was fun. And my fist only mean fist weapon, star fist, not like bare fist. That one actually sucked. Listening to that voice was not how I wanted to finish out my morning. But you did finish, didn't you? Hear that? You want some? No, please. Please, no, guys. Please, no. Our fist bear? Well, there is like bear fists, but they don't do like any damage. Like a bear fist run would actually suck. And I'm sure somebody's done that before. But that would not be me, chat. Aren't they like 30-minute fights just doing bare fists? I could not imagine. Would you ever try a hitless Elden Ring run? You know, C4 maybe. I'd be more willing to do like a deathless. I'm actually sure I could do a deathless Elden Ring run. I'm actually 99.9% sure I could do that. The hitless though, I don't know. I feel like I would get a few hours in and then get smacked, and then resetting would just kill my whole drive, you know? Deathless level 1. I think I can do Deathless level 1. As long as you know your stance breaks with early weapons and starfish are good. I think I can do it. Yeah, we can find some like early like level 1. I don't really do level 1 though. I mean, I've done a level 1 run. I think I did Uchi Katana until you got to Starfish, and then I just rocked Starfish. So I'm Deathless, so would be a bit of a challenge. I think I can do it though. We have 500 days. Can we do a bare fist run? Absolutely fucking not. But I will say, one of our next subathon goals is Shot Caller Dark Souls. So, you know, if we reach that is down there in chat. So, thank you again, Walk, for the 50,000 bits. Absolutely nuts. I appreciate you. So, guys, normally I wait a little bit longer to hop into stuff, but I'm gonna hop right into it today. I have a lot that I want to cover and go through with you guys. It is an absolute just buttload of news. I will tell you on top of that, if we don't get through everything today, I am going to try to go longer for today. If we don't get through everything, I will probably, I'll probably move some of it to Friday, okay? So, God Color Dark Souls. Yeah, every time you die, you get shocked. I know a lot of people that have done that. I'm surprised you haven't done that, Yui. Yeah, that seems like up your alley, actually. Yeah, you should definitely try that. Also, Chad, I think, speaking of Outer Ring and stuff like that, I think Teru, me, and Max are going to play the map mod for Night Rain here pretty soon. So, try Mortal Shell with it. Okay, bet. You should try, like, what's the one, like, Castle Jump or whatever? Yeah, try that with the Shot Caller. Oh my god, every time you, like, fall below a certain, like, area, you just get shocked. Don't put it in your neck, Elara, put it in your arm. Yeah, one of my friends, you guys know, Cynical, right? She does a lot of these challenges, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna ask her how to do that. Yeah, Jump King, that's it. I can't remember the name of it. I normally do push-ups on death if I want to do a stupid challenge. Yeah, no, just shock yourself. That seems so much better. So I'll let you know when that is, Daniel, but should be doing something with them pretty soon, which should be awesome. So, all right, without further ado, guys, I'm not gonna warm up much. Let's hop straight into it. However, chap, I do have one really important thing to share with all of you. And guys, you need to know about it, and you need to really alter your life course right this second. That is right, guys, because entire week for the subathon. So it's very much worth your time if we all get 50 as a goal. It's lore accurate as well, as you can see. Very lore accurate. Yes, May 1st it ends, chat, so go nab it up. I don't want you to miss out. It's so cute. I'm so excited. It's gonna be great. I pre-ordered it. I'm ready to get a plushie Elara. Let's fucking go. We're 23 sold. Okay, so guys, we're like halfway there. Okay, come on, guys. We can do it. Is it haunted? Yes. Well, actually, Evan, do you want it to be haunted? Will you buy one if it's haunted? Depending on your answer, yes or no. Whatever you want it to be, it is or isn't. Okay, then yes, it's definitely haunted. 100%. Listen to this. Listen, chat. You can hear the bell in the background. It's also... So you definitely want to buy one. Yo, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. Appreciate you, Camo. Thank you for all the resubs today. I appreciate all of you. Y'all are amazing. So anyway, let's hop in a bit of news. Let me get my monster. I actually left it on my desk over here. Yeah, I kind of need my energy, chat. Yeah, literally all you gotta do is type !+ chat. It'll take you right to it. Oh my god, don't yee me though. You're supposed to protect me. I mean, unless you want to yee me, then you can absolutely do that. As long as you buy one.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Stop doing this to me. I went with a Red Bull last night. It was cheaper. Okay, fair enough. It's a pre-order, right? So it's gonna be a while, so this is a pre-order, just to remind all of you. Anyway, let's talk here for a moment, guys. And I want to talk for a moment about bans and suspensions, and of course, we'll talk about partners, debuts, graduations, all that kind of stuff. And then we're gonna hop down to talk about Hololive because that is a lot to discuss. So first up, chat, let's take a moment here to talk about what's going on with Dandy. That is right. Unfortunately, guys, Captain Dandy Floss is unfortunately being impersonated, chat. That is right. There's I found you, Faker. Here you are. Unfortunately, Captain Dandy Floss going on to say thanks for bringing this to my attention. Be careful of someone trying to impersonate me. The great and powerful Captain Dandy Floss, the one and only. Beware of fake monsters hiding in the depths. You should keep your fears grounded for only yours truly. So again, chat, be very, very careful. This is a actual impersonator. Most people kind of do this to, you know, again, like try to like scam you or something like that. So again, just be very careful out there with what is going on. Yep, another fraud, another faker. Of course, another news, chat. We do need to check in here with Saint Cisco. Unfortunately, chat, they were actually scammed. They said, I can't believe I fell for this. And I'm beyond livid about it. So let's go take a look at what exactly happened and how you can avoid it.
I got targeted scammed from whom I assumed was an artist I occasionally work with. Komabagbag is a great artist that I have known from Fiverr. While we are not connected closely, I thought they added me on Discord, but it turns out it was a fake imitating their exact username and bio from Fiverr.
Yeah, we've seen this one going around, right? They'll be like, oh, they'll do something along the line of like, oh, I forgot your artwork. Can you please send it to me or send the files so that way I can, you know, recover it? But sadly, it does seem like Saint fell victim to this, chat, and I don't want you to fall to it as well.
Typically, I am extremely aware of bots and art scammers. But the stress of this past month and mental state has not allowed me to be on my best. And this is certainly evidence that I am not in the right mindset and was allowed to be taken advantage of, or at least this person made an attempt, and hopefully I can refund this. I was feeling extremely down, and I thought me getting something nice for me and the community as a monthly reward with the leftover art funds would be the best move. Instead, I am now in my room wondering, what the hell is wrong with me, and I am full of self-doubt with how well I am.
I mean, you shouldn't be mad at yourself. Stuff like this are just kind of like out of your control a little bit, you know? I don't know. All you can do is kind of like inform yourself, but that's the thing about scams, right? If they're good, you're still gonna get caught by them. So of course, kind of looking at it, there's a person, their profile. On top of that, it says, is there any, if there is any changes, let me know. Saint says, I'm sorry, what? These are not the characters. What happened to the cyber girl with ponytail? Of course, Saint says this is 99% AI. Fake Coma, actually, not the real Coma, says, I don't understand, give me some minutes. It's Kanakin. Excuse me, oh fuck, don't mind me. My brother used AI enhancer to higher the quality. I'm refunding this, we're not working anymore, so sorry. The antenna is supposed to go backwards. Are you AI generating the sketch? No, I don't use AI, you know that one from before. I'll make the changes, thanks. So, again, they were impersonating one of the artists that they worked with on Fiverr. And on top of that, chat, they went on to actually try to essentially pawn off this AI work over on them by using somebody else's name. So, again, just be careful, guys. Could happen to anybody, you know what I mean? In other news as well, guys, Kelpie actually just got their Twitch account suspended due to an error on Twitch's part. Why do I say error? Well, Kelpie actually going on to say, just been suspended from my Twitch account because they couldn't verify my age. Even though I've been an affiliate for at least a year, and as a result, they have my government issued ID. But my age, it shows I'm over 18. So let me get this straight. They have your ID because you're affiliate. They know your age. But they're saying that you are under the required age to use Twitch. I fucking hate Twitch sometimes. That's so stupid. Now, luckily, guys, I did actually go, you know, check back in with Kelpie. Kelpie is back. They're good. Or, I'm sorry, Captain Kaichi is what they go by. Sorry, their Twitter is Kelpie. But they are back. I talked to them yesterday on stream. They're doing good. So, their account was returned to them. But what a weird one, right, Chad? I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Of course, also, guys, I do want to take a moment to talk about Dimpy. Dimpy actually having a big problem here going on. with sex and nudity policy. Dimpy says, I didn't delete the VOD. It resulted in my second strike. No streams for 2 weeks. Again, saying something about this content and follow this. Dimpy saying, can somebody please help me understand I'm not being obtuse on purpose? I seriously don't know what I've been doing wrong to keep receiving strikes. I don't want to lose my channel or to violate the TOS in any way. I want to understand what I'm doing wrong so I never do it again. So again, Dippy is getting hit for sex and nudity policy, even though they're not actually, you know, naked or practicing any type of sex and nudity policy breaking TOS stuff. But YouTube is still after them, chat. So again, maybe take a moment. If you could, Team YouTube, support Dimpy. So hopefully they can remove the strike or at least tell them what exactly is going on with their channel. And that's, half the time, I think that's all that we really want when we have like a problem, right, chat? We just want to know exactly what is going on so we can prevent it and stop doing it in the future. So there you go, guys. I don't think it's a coordinated attack. I think it's, you know, it's actually something that, for whatever reason, the automated bot on YouTube is picking up on, and I don't know why, but it is what it is, so there it is. In other news, guys, I do want to take a moment to talk about Centrea, and unfortunately, guys, Sin is having a bit of a health issue. Centrea going on to say, found out I have a little funny health issue that makes me pass out. Hooray! Seriously, if I ever do pass out on stream, it's not serious. I'll probably be out for a few seconds if it looks like I fall over. I don't want to scare anybody if it ever happens on stream. Getting it checked out soon. Guys, that's very, very serious. So, yeah, I can't imagine, guys. So just keep sending your thoughts. I hope everything is going to be okay for her, but that's very scary, right? Yeah, I know she talked about it in her YouTube streams, but I don't know exactly what it is, but she does say she's going to get it checked out soon. This is the most Zen thing ever, by the way. So I'm passing out on stream, but I'm not going to get it checked out until later because I have to stream. Then what the fuck? Go get it checked out. What? Yeah, I'll go get it checked out later. I have to stream. Like, Zen, what are you doing? This is the most Zen thing I've ever read. Now, guys, we have a ton of partners that we have to talk about. But let's get some claps going and some celebrations in the chat. That would be absolutely incredible for all of these partners. The first one, guys, is Onion Abyss for some face getting the Twitch partnership. Congratulations to them. Of course, also, guys, we have Badger who says we did it. I'm crying, oh my god, getting that Twitch partnership. So congratulations to Space Badger as well on that. Absolutely incredible. It's a big deal, guys. Of course, Sunny Eggs going on. I love their Sora outfit, by the way. Says, so does this still count if I got the email on April Fool's Day? Well, it definitely counts. So you, of course, are getting a Twitch partner. Congratulations to you, Sunny Eggs. I didn't know we had a like a Kingdom Hearts themed VTuber. That's sick as fuck. I love that. Of course, also gets you. Zinni says, oh, that was fast. Yay, I'm partner. So Zinni, of course, getting that partnership as well, chat. Economy, thank you for the raid, sweetheart. Of course, we have Yoshi Senpai says, wait, what? Am I dreaming? And of course, getting that Twitch partnership as well. Guys, there's so many. I can't keep the clap soundtrack going. Of course, also we have Anima going on to say, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. 5 stars, we got Twitch partner. Thank you so much for the love and support. I'm filled with so much joy. You guys made this Star Girl year, so I love y'all. Congratulations to her. Very, very awesome. Again, guys, this is such a tough milestone to hit, so we gotta celebrate a little bit. Don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping, chat! Also, of course, we have Lamilla, who also says, 4 long years of hard work paid off. Say hello to your Twitch partner. Absolutely awesome. So congratulations to them. Absolutely love it. I'm actually gonna try something. Let me see if I can zoom in right here, chat. Make myself a little bit bigger right now since we're talking about partners right now. Yeah, clap, clap, get clap, nerd. Of course, also, guys, I'm not even halfway done, by the way. There's a lot more. We also got to talk about Winterwolf. Winterwolf also says 8 years of streaming on Twitch. Never thought that I would be a Twitch partners. So congratulations to them on their Twitch partnership as well. Of course, also, guys, checking in here with, I think this is in the wrong place. Yeah, this is, I don't know why this is down here. What the fuck? Okay, anyway, look, I mistyped. My bad. My bad. Of course, also, guys, we have Yajibi, who also just got Twitch partner. Congratulations to them. Of course, also, guys, we're going to check in here with VOTubing. VOTubing also receiving Twitch partner. That is not VOTubing. What the hell? What the hell, dude? VOTubing also says it finally happened. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done it without you, Gremlins. Celebrating tonight. Absolutely amazing. So congratulations to them. Of course, also... Damn it, I just clicked on the same link again. I'm struggling, chat. I'm struggling. Also, of course, we have Beauty. This is holy moly. I did not know if this day would ever come, but here we are now getting Twitch partners. So congratulations to them. Guys, we're going to keep the clap track going. Holy shit. Of course, Miss Nuna says, hello, I'm officially a Twitch partner. I'm actually in shock. I'm so thankful to everybody in my community. Also, we have to talk about Zeno. Zeno going on to say, oh my god. Oh, wait, we already got them. Sorry, one more. One more, chat, one more. Here we have Kyra that says, I was about to head to sleep. And wow, we made it. I'm officially a Twitch partner. So again, congratulations to all of these streamers. I know that's very, very, very difficult to hit. And it should certainly be applauded for doing it. So congratulations to them. I'm wishing them all the best in their future endeavors as well, guys. Hey, guys, we got to talk about a little bit of hiatuses, graduations. Yo, what's up, Hawk? How's it going? Of course, we got to talk about here for a moment is Alfie. Alfie here coming from Project Orbit. Was going to be going on hiatus from the 3rd of April to the 31st of July. This is so they can focus on their studies and other important responsibilities. As such, our regular streaming collaborative activities and related public appearances will be placed on hold during this time. So again, wishing them all the best on their break. Look, school's important, guys. School is more important than VTubing. Another news as well, guys. Very, very sad to announce. I know that we were hoping for the absolute best kind of, I don't know, situation here, but unfortunately, chat, we are getting the bad ending on this one. Daisy Dandelion, of course, you guys know her as part of Chroma Shift. She is graduating, guys. She's had a lot of health issues, as you guys remember, that we've covered before. Well, Daisy goes on to say, hello, everybody. I would like to extend a sincere thank you for their support and patience. I have a very important announcement that I've been waiting to share with all of you. I'll be officially graduating from Chroma Shift on Saturday, April 12th. This sucks. This is really sad. She's been on break. She was talking about how her health stuff has kind of gotten better, but you know, she missed everybody and we were really hopeful. Well, of course, she says on September, I was diagnosed with a health issue that required intervention while also suffering from severe anxiety and panic attacks. During my recovery, although difficult, I knew my heart graduating would be the best path forward, and I'm grateful to be supported by management in my desire to step back for my overall well-being and happiness. You know, during my 2.5 years with Idle Brave Group at TW Entertainment, I've discovered invaluable newfound strength and resilience. I got to experience so much I once thought impossible for me. I'm nothing but grateful for the chance to share my music heart with everybody. I cannot thank you all enough for supporting me on this journey. My last wish is to have the most fun-filled week together before I float away. Let's enjoy the remaining time together to its fullest and may sunshine always find you wherever you may be. So, wishing Daisy all the best. I mean, it's always sad to see people go, especially under health-related circumstances. But of course, Chroma Shift making their announcement as well. You know, with a heavy heart, we announce that Daisy will has made the decision to graduate to focus on her health and pursue her passions outside of streaming. So again, wishing her all the best, chat. Yeah, it just sucks, you know? Really, really sucks. Anybody here watch Daisy? Anybody a Daisy fan? Yeah, anybody a Daisy fan, chat? I gotta say, for me, like, personally, I never watched Daisy, so it's kind of hard for me to really say, but I'm sure a lot of people are fans out there, so, you know, again, I'm wishing you all the best as well as you're her fan as well. So, of course, guys, we also gotta check in here with, no, I'm gonna say or we'll say, Shikashima. Shikashima. Shikashima, coming here from, of course, Rikari Productions. He's graduating. They said, I first want to say that I don't think I could find the right word to describe how fortunate I am to be your local delinquent Oni. But I started streaming with, Rikari Productions. I never thought I would get this far, achieving things I never believed were possible. I am, however, heartbroken to announce I'm officially graduating on May 3rd. The decision was far from easy to make. I love streaming, I love my community, something me and the Onigiris have built from the ground up. It's a community built on positivity and smiles, which is something that I'm very proud of. So, I'm sad to see them go, of course, but I'm wishing them all the best. Now, guys, this one for me is kind of personal, right? You guys remember Mia? We used to raid Mia DeVille all the time, chat. I absolutely love her. She's such a cutie, right? Well, unfortunately, guys, Mia actually saying, hey, I'm graduating, guys. First, I would like to address my hiatus. Forever has not been on my Discord. Can't get any, updates for the past 11 months. I struggle with mental health. I kept ignoring it. Unfortunately, I overworked myself to exhaustion, starved myself, and did not sleep a lot while also being overly critical of everything I did and working IRL. This led to my mental health taking a big downfall. I'm reaching a breaking point that I thought I could not come back from. I just disappeared. I thought I failed at everything and I could not be happy. I avoided my PC for so many months because I thought I made it all worse by disappearing. It was honestly a very bad time in my life, but I'm better now. So they are letting go of Mia. However, chat, if you want to check out this other VTuber named Hamariri, they are starting fresh over. And they are super cute, chat. I gotta tell you, I went and checked out Hamariri earlier. And this is, of course, Mia's new life as Hamariri. So, very, very cute.
My name is Riri, and today is a big thank you day. Yeah, a little hammer told me that there's so many of you here, and that you all love this shark very, very much.
He's very, very cute. So go check her out. Go support her. I miss Mia so much. I used to, I've collabed with her before. Of course, I also, we would raid her all the time. She was just like a good morning buddy, you know? So, sad to see her go, but, you know, hopefully your new life is better. On top of that as well, guys, we're going to talk about Rikari Productions, of course. I mentioned that to you, but I do want to talk about another graduation going on, chat, which is a creator here from Magnav. That is right, Amosa is actually going to be leaving Magnav as well. If you're not familiar with Magnav, they're part of AKA Virtual. 5 is When We Shine. They're the virtual idol group from AKA Virtual on air. So, again, you know, Mosa is leaving. Maybe they'll replace them. I'm not sure. I would imagine so if it's like a 5-person group, but, you know, we'll see, right, chat? Another news as well, guys. Looking at First Stage Production, we did get an announcement that Hakanai Ruby will be graduating. That is right. They're, you know, 4th generation talent, but it will be leaving us as well. Let me go back to my other position here. So, again, wishing them all the best, guys, but they are going to be leaving us. So, very sad. Very, very sad. And I think that is all the graduations I got for you today. So, let's talk about some better things. Let's talk about some debuts. Is VShojo still around? Absolutely not. No, they're fried, dude. They're fried. Yeah, they're absolutely fried. Let me get a sip of my drink really quick. Good. Yeah, everything that happened with you know, Vshoujo, there was like a whole downfall. There's like a whole like legal battle as well going on with them. So there's a lot. There's a lot. So anyway, let's take a look here, guys, because I do want to talk about what's going on with some debuts that you might have missed, guys. Vshoujo is my favorite scam. That's fucked up. Of course, guys, we had K9 Kuro, who went on to debut his brand new outfit as well. So congratulations to him. I love this one so much. I love the big paws. It turned out that that picture that we saw that we thought were his balls was just the paws that were like facing down. Because I was like, what the fuck is this? Of course, also, guys, Zentria went on to debut her brand new model, her dragon model. It's literally a dragon. Now, guys, look, I'm not as scaly, but absolutely would. Take a look at this model, chat. This is so fucking cool. The timing on that was nuts.
Hey. Hi.
Yeah, it's super badass. I love it so much. I love you.
Oh, greetings.
You're beautiful.
Welcome in.
Touch. Don't touch.
Welcome to...
I see somebody else has Tangia. Love that.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
This whole clip is just poor Zentria getting Tangia farmed. Poor Zin.
Right. How about now?
Start calling geckos ... donkey
Shoot.
get damn. I think that they are launching something to the
I
moon
love
today.
this.
Will you help them by pitching that rocket with your huge arms?
It is a really cool model.
Or did you have to fight Tommy in the White Tiger Zord?
Look, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I don't feel so bad now because Zentria is also getting mauled by fucking Tangia Redeemed. So, anyway, I love this so much. Congratulations to Zentria as well in that brand new model. Another model you might have missed, guys, is, of course, Nana and Ruru actually ended up debuting their brand new model for the two doggos. So, super cute new models. Go check it out. Let me see if I can find a picture for you really quick. I mean, there's their new PFP, so very, very cute. Another news as well, guys. We also going to talk about Shy Lily. Shy Lily actually debuting her brand new model. And of course, says, feeling lucky this Easter, guess we'll see. Prepare your bets this Sunday. And guys, this is actually a post model. And it looks incredible. Take a look, guys.
What's the
May I
point?
receive a blessing from thee so I can pull a lot of great V cards? Silver Prey.
How do I, I can, blop, blop. I can blast this booster pack of V cards. we can blast this.
Interesting product placement you got. Interesting, yeah. Interesting product placement. Oh my god, V-card stocks are rising. What's going on, chat? V-card stocks are going way up. Oh my god, I love this. So anyway, chat, here is Shy Lily's brand new model. Looks absolutely incredible. Of course, also, guys, we're gonna go take a look here with Doki Bird. Doki actually showing off her brand new models. Yeah, you know, just take a look at this.
Like what you see, Dragon? Yeah.
I love this.
Isn't this what you want?
Of course, she also had her
just
muscle
so I don't hurt myself.
model
so
as
like
well.
no one does the pussy shot. it's the protection. You know, never played hockey before, bro? You ever played hockey before, bro? You fucking pussy.
I love this. So, yeah, this is the buff bird, exactly. So, Doki buff. Love it so much. So there, of course, is Doki's debut as well. Also, Mori Calliope decided to debut her brand new outfit as well.
Shades. I'm so into them these days. I think they're
This one is
sick.
called
I have
Metal
a pair
Mori.
of red
I love
ones
it.
that I wear usually that look
We
like
love
this.
some Metal Mori.
And then here's the hood. Let me show you the hood, in case you just want to see the hood. Get the hell out of here. Here we go. Jang jang. Hi. It's a me, DMC Moe. Yeah! Rock and roll! In the hood, cute. It's about time that I had a hood. What do you guys think?
I love this one so much. So, of course, Mori's showing off her fantastic brand new outfit. However, chat, what I want to add to this, of course, was Mori announced some new stuff. And that is right, she actually announced a new key visual to go along with her stuff. And, of course, the artist Shim Hack actually created this. And you might recognize this if you're a Dark Souls fan, because this is actually based on a boss from Dark Souls 3. Of course, this is my Oshi cosplaying my favorite Dark Souls 3 boss. Yes, I'll be there, but she did release new merchandise for her birthday to kind of go along with this, but super duper cool. Love that so much for Mori as well. Did you see her for her birthday? The blue doggo called her while in the hospital. I did tag. It was cute. So congrats, of course, to Mori on her birthday as well. Of course, also, guys, we're going to talk about another Mist debut. And that, of course, is Yuko as well. I'm sure you know Yuko. And let's go check in here with Yuko. Yuko actually, of course, debuting their brand new Dapper outfit. Looks fantastic.
So much for
Again,
the
this
tip,
is the JP
membership gift, and super chat.
Holostars.
Thank you so much. This is how I made it this time.
No, not Arturius, the Lothric
Everyone,
brothers.
there are still many more things I can do, but I want to see them.
Yeah, this is a dubbed one, but yeah, I know, not the YouTube dub. I don't know why I auto-dub. Yeah, I don't know why I auto-dub, but anyway, of course, there is a brand new Dapper outfit. Looks absolutely incredible, so congratulations to them. Of course, guys, Obaki Palm did go on to debut their brand new Easter outfit, or at least their bunny outfit, right? I don't know if it was Easter related, but super cute. Love the colors on it. Congratulations to them. Of course, also, guys, we talked about Nini, and I told you guys we'll follow up. Nini actually going on to debut their brand new I guess nun outfit. I don't know what to call this. Either way, it looks incredible. I love it so much. So here's Nini's brand new outfit. Of course, there's merch to go along with that if you would like to check that out too. But Nini is always putting out new outfits. I love her so much. And finally, guys, I just want to check in here with Raysun. Raysun actually debuting her cozy PJ outfit here as well. So yeah, suddenly I want to go to church again. I love this so much. So congratulations to Raysun on her brand new Sleepy Time outfit. Very cute. Now, guys, I did want to talk to you about some events and debuts coming up. First up, guys, is a Biespo event. That is right, they're actually hosting a Minecraft server event with over 100 streamers, guys. Original dungeons, unique bosses. This is going down this coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're very cool, guys. I'll definitely let you know what's going on with this. But yeah, Biespo Ian hosting a huge Minecraft event. Very chaotic. Speaking of events, guys, unfortunately, Shikai actually going on to cancel the tournament that we were talking about, the Overwatch Vtuber tournament. They did have to cancel it. We faced too many internal and external issues and decided to cancel. I apologize to everybody who's excited to watch. Their tournament will happen again with Vtuber agency support in the future. So hopefully we will see that, you know, again in the future, chat. But yeah, things did get canceled on that. So let's talk debuts, or at least teasers, stuff like that. First up, guys, Mousy giving us a bit of a teaser. I don't know what this is about, chat, but let's go take a look. I don't know if we're gonna get like an arcade theme, or if she's like releasing a game, or I don't know, chat. What do y'all think? Let me know. Yeah, let me know. I would love to hear from you. Of course, also, guys, we're going to check into Vtuber. Vtuber actually, coming up on the 11th, are going to be debuting their sleepover outfits for several other talents. Very nice. So again, for Gen 2 coming up April 11th, I believe that's Saturday. Yeah, that's going to be Saturday at 4 p.m. EDT, chat. So very, very exciting. Of course, also, guys, our good friend Chunky. We love Chunky. Thanks, chat. Really, thanks. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Chunky is also going to be debuting her new 3D model that matches her 2.0. Of course, we had her live 2D 1.0 with the 3D. So we're going to have her 3D that matches her 2.0 as well. So go check that out. Coming up the 28th of April. I'm sure we'll get more like harder details when it comes to time and stuff like that in the future. Also, guys, Unnamed actually making an announcement here. Let's go take a look.
Is my strange soul, and yet you vanished, torn from all eyes, swallowed by silence. I searched for you, beyond absence, beyond forgetting itself, and here you lie, asleep, enchained, unlit. Tell me, sleeping soul, is this thy
Yeah, holy Soulsborne, what the fuck? Yeah, Named is back, that's very cool.
While the fire within thee fades. Enough! Do not.
Yeah, this looks intense as fuck.
Sleep. I did not stay thy ruin that thou might rot in stillness. I bent the course of fate. I delayed the hour of thy fall.
Yeah, what's up, Moonlight? How are you, kitty?
Is thy answer?
Yeah, this looks intense as fuck. I love it.
Awake!
That's gonna be intense as fuck, chat. So I'm so excited for this. I love how like Souls driven it is. Like, guys, I feel like you can say the most random shit, and it sounds like a Souls game. Hold on, yeah, like I really feel like you can say random fucking shit and make it sound like a full-on like fucking like Souls game. Hold on, let me set the stage for you, chat. Yeah, here, hold on. Let me set the stage. I got you. All you gotta do, chat, is just fight some random NPC called like Alabaster the Lost, and as he dies, he'll be like, "I'm sorry, McGiggleforth. I failed you." And there you go, you got a Souls game. That easy. It's that easy. Literally, just fight the boss, Alabaster the Lost, and be like, make sure he mentions, "I'm sorry I failed XYZ person" at the end of his fight. And there you go, you got a Souls game. I love this. So this looks incredible. So get excited for Unnamed coming on back very, very soon, guys. Of course, also Mrs. Mummy actually has a bit of an announcement here. So yeah, I don't really want to announce my new account to the public. I want a fresh start and new beginning. So it does sound like Mrs. Mummy is going to be rebranding, guys. So yes, I'm graduating from Safe for Work content with Mrs. Mummy moving forward. I'll Safe for Work, Twitch streaming, and etc. be on a new Safe for Work account with a new OC and design. So, yo, what's up, Belle? How are you? We're about to dive into some crazy VTuber news. Again, I don't know what the account is. Obviously, they kind of don't want that known, but Mrs. Mummy is going to be rebranding, it seems like. So, forgive me, Father Fart Butt, the Dingle Shard of the Bastards, for I must sin under your name, Elden Ring boss music plays. Literally. I'm sorry, McGiggle Touch. I failed you. Of course, also, guys, we have Freya. This is a new springtime is here, April 24th at 7 p.m. CST. Let's take a look at the trailer, guys. I love Freya. She's so sweet. Lazy, I actually have some Philly news. Yeah, I got a little bit of Philly news for you. Cute. This looks nice. Dude, these trailers are getting so good. Like, it's wild. Yeah, the editing on this is pristine. So, in the ash of fallen kings, I found no hope. Only the quiet truth that even a dying flame can burn long enough to defy the dark. Is that not actually a fucking line from Dark Souls? I know, I like for it too. So, go check it out, guys. Coming up very soon there. I got the date. That is April 24th. Speaking of April, guys, Lil Honk is doing a debut coming up April 18th. Let's take a look here. Looks exciting.
Announcement. The 18th of April, 3 p.m.
The music. Very cool. So there's Lil Honk's debut trailer as well, chat. Of course, also we're going to check in here with Lulu. Lulu actually is doing a debut coming up on April 10th. That is right. So let's go take a look. We have new emotes, alerts, graphics, lore, and a whole new look. So let's check it out, chat. Hey, what's up, Crimson? Thanks for joining us. Welcome in. Very cute. So Lulu has been around for a long time. She is a fantastic creator. Go and check it out and go support her, guys. Of course, also we have Ali Pupcake, who's debuting this coming Saturday, April 11th at 5 p.m. EST. Let's take a look. He's cute. Very, very cute. So go and support them, chat. Looks absolutely incredible. Of course, also we're gonna check in here with Rena. Rena is doing their debut actually tomorrow, chat. Coming up on the 9th. So let's take a look. This is their 3D debut as well.
Do you not see this? Do you not? You know what do you mean? You let me get you better.
Not the flat allegations. Oh no.
Okay, someone has big boobs. All right.
I love this.
Should I just die? Should I just die? Okay, I'll die.
I see we're gonna get some extra D's, chat. Yeah, we're get an extra dimension. I love that. So there's Rena and their debut, chat. And then finally, the last one I want to mention to you is Isa. That is right. Isa has something coming up April 11th. Let's take a look. It's up. Of course, go check them out. Coming up April 11th. What was the time on that? Yeah, I don't think we got a time yet. So I'll let you know if I hear about it before then. But very awesome. Yo, what's up, Kita? How are you? So guys, let's talk about, I do want to talk about some corporate news. However, I do want to mention to you just something very quick with Ninja Sanji before we talk about what's going on with Hololive. I am going to skip around today, just to be fair with you, just to let you know. So first up, guys, as far as it goes for Ninja Sanji, you know what, how about elara, how about you fucking read this to me, because I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name.
Icha Hayakumanbara Salome.
Them, chat, them. I was actually featured in a high school business fundamentals textbook. Actually featured in this specific one. Well, the name is, you know, anonymous, right? There's a column highlighting this creator, hey, Ninja Sanji, inside of a business book. That is right. Ninja Sanji is inside of a business-related book, chat. Kind of cool, right? To think that, you know, they're in a high school textbook. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. But I think it's really, really cool. So, Ninja Sanji making it into an actual high school textbook, chat. VTubers are everywhere. Of course, in other news, I do want to talk about what's recently been going on with Fillion. And there's really not a lot to give you. But what I will tell you is Camilla actually recently spoke out about Fillion. And I feel like this is probably the best update we're going to get.
Did Fillion
for Fillion at all, right? You know, Fillion's not going to give us an update. We haven't heard anything from anybody reliable. However, if Camilla comes out and says something, it's probably pretty trustworthy, right? So Camilla did decide to break her silence about Fillion. Let's listen to what she has to say about it. So, for all the Fillion lovers, don't worry, she will be back, according to Camilla. But let's listen in.
Did Fillion graduate? Guys, she did not graduate. Fillion is not gonna leave just like that, guys. I literally know Fillion's plans years from now. Like, she has told me everything she wants to do. She is not quitting VTubing now. We're like way too soon. That explain why no response. No, she did not die, guys. She's not answering, but I feel like I feel like it's a bit. I feel like she's not responding to anyone to keep it ambiguous and keep people saying like, we're messaging her and she's not answering. We don't know where she is. She really is lost. I think
I think so as well. Like, I feel like she's kind of playing into it a little bit. I agree with that 100%. Like, I feel like that's actually very, very true. Whatever this thing is, right? Like, I mean, everybody's guessing, right? Some people are like, she's rebranding. Some people are like, she's pregnant. I mean, like, we don't know, right?
she's just cooking, yeah. She's 100% working on big things, that's for sure. That's something that I can tell you, but that's not a surprise. Is she trying to find the One Piece? No, but her fans are. Isn't that how they're trying to get her back? They're trying to find, like, the missing riddle or whatever? I feel so bad. They're trying so hard.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do with Fillion right now is, like, just let her cook. She's cooking on something right now. Again, I do want to point out that a lot of her videos have been delisted. We're still kind of wondering about that particular part, right? Why would you need to cook on a project but also take down videos? That does seem a little counterintuitive. That's my only question, right? But I always assume there's something big going down, right?
Really feel bad. They just miss her so much. It's crazy how she's went on for so long though, Dai. It really is fucking crazy though. Like, VTubers go on breaks, but that's just like, I mean, like, I tip my hat to her. And
this is a long hiatus, chat.
She would always used to tell me like, no, Camila, like, I can't take today off. I can't do this off. I can't go off. Like, I
was gonna say, like, if you've ever watched Fillion or just like seen how she does stuff, right? She was very grind set, right? She was always on the grind. Her content always pushing out stuff, always pushing the envelope, doing special events, etc., right? So, like, I feel like for her, she was really, really always on top of her work. So it was very odd to see her step away like this, right, chat?
I have to stream. I always have to stream. Like, she never ever gave her time to
never
relax.
took a break.
She would always stress about working nonstop. So I'm very happy to know that she's taking her time. What if she realizes she likes relaxing more than coming back? I can tell you from my perspective as a content creator, there's no chance. There's no chance. I
was gonna say, I think Fillion is such true content creator at heart, right? She loves it. I don't think that he's ever gonna go away, right? Or at least, like, not come back for a while before she were to theoretically graduate, right? I think that it's good to hear this kind of stuff, right? From, reputable creators that can be like, hey, like, look, please be patient. Things are happening. It's gonna be okay, right? I know that everybody's freaking out, but guys, let her cook. Again, we don't know about the videos yet, why they're being delisted, but, all we can do is wait. All we can do is wait, chat. So, now, I did put something together for you guys that I thought would be a little fun. So, I did not get to report on news following April Fool's, so I thought that I would put together for you some of my favorite April Fool's stuff that happened in the VTuber sphere. And a lot of these were really funny, like the Allure actually putting all of their members on a temporary suspension for things like having a fat Latina ass or saying too many cuss words, and also for Mercy for getting suspended for armpit ASMR stream not being long enough. This one was really funny. I love this so much. Of course, also, you might have missed Crony actually ended up debuting the Daddy Crony model. Of course, Crony says all VTubers use a voice changer, and that includes me. I'm ready to reveal the truth. So, of course, I know I'm not following Crony. What the hell? Of course, Crony putting that out. Very, very funny. Of course, also, Anini Nightmare actually having a huge throwback to the early 2000s of VTubing This was their April Fools, where they went back and were doing their V-Roid model. I'm playing Metal Hellsinger in the back. They were doing, their OG, like, V-Roid model. I thought this was actually kind of a fun April Fools. Definitely going back to the old times of VTubing as well. Really fun. Of course, also, guys, even more April Fools jokes to share around. Of course, I had the April Fools project for Sakuna, who did this new model as well. So very, very cute. But I thought it was kind of fun, again, debuting something new as well. However, this April Fool's wasn't very nice. I'm not gonna lie. Everybody was freaking out because everybody's like, "Oh my God, Fillion is found with life over on Kick." Well, guys, this is clearly an April Fool's joke. Fillion does not stream on Kick. This is actually probably a fan account or somebody that, like, was just doing this for fun. Or maybe somebody that works with Fillion, but not actually Fillion. But yeah, this is not actually, Fillion does not stream on Kick, right? So, yeah, everybody's like, "Oh my God, she's back." No, she's not back, guys. She's not back. So don't fall for that, April Fools. Of course, also, guys, one of my favorite April Fools here was, of course, what happened here with Gigi. That is right. Apparently, guys, Gigi having to put out a video that says, "Is it over for Gigi?" To protect the reporter's identity, Brony's face has been concealed. Well, I don't know what Gigi did, guys, but they're being canceled, so let's take a look.
It's a terrible day for Hololive. Gigi Murren from the Hololive English branch accidentally doxes herself live on stream in what is seen as an April Fool's prank gone wrong. In her recent stream, 1 hour of silence interrupted by G Murren while watching paint dry, she drops her camera mid-stream, and what you see might shock you. We managed to save the video before the stream was taken down.
Oh, thank God, I was worried.
Absolutely terrifying.
I love April Fools like that. That was really funny. So there is, Gigi sitting on your face chat. Take that statement how you will. But there is Gigi, guys. So I thought this was super, super fun. Of course, also, guys, Chibi Doki decided to show off her regular Doki. I'll just let the clip explain everything you need to know. Yeah, no more Chibi Doki, just regular Doki.
I don't know. I couldn't think of a joke. Not funny.
Average Chibi Doki clip, I swear to God. So, yeah, there was Chibi's April Fools as well. However, of course, guys, Astroline probably had some of my more favorite April Fools jokes. So, of course, Noble Boss actually announcing that he was part of Astroline. He's the world's first 2.5D VTuber. Take a look, guys.
Hi, Twitter. It's me, Noble Lost Paws, and I am now a part of Astroline. Thank you so much for supporting me, and I am about to take over the internet as the world's first 2.5D VTuber. Let's make
this is so disturbing.
History together.
Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Well, of course, guys, it seems like they had a bit of issues with this debut. Of course, Merriweather goes on to say, yesterday, immediately after Lost Pasta's debut, I got in a fist fight with the newest Astroline member who goes by the name Lost Paws. He's consumed my Snickers bar and is lying, saying it wasn't him, which ended up escalating into an argument where many hurtful personal remarks were hurled at me. He is not a member of Astroline anymore. Do not support him. May God have mercy on his soul. Of course, Lost Paws firing back here for April Fool says, I'm in full legal battle with Mary as we speak. I cannot comment on this any further without getting in trouble with my lawyers. All I will say is Mary is smelly. He punched me and told me that nobody will ever believe you, and that Snickers bar wasn't even that good. Boom, got him. Absolutely incredible things going on over at Astroline for April Fools. However, of course, they did debut their new models to go along with this, which I thought was really cool. So here are those Astroline April Fools models, the Chibis. Cute, cute. you know, I've seen Drake Knight do a lot more models. He kind of cooks. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think he does a lot of really, really cool stuff. So, I can give big congratulations to him. Very, very cool stuff there. And that is my April Fool's wrap up. But I wanted to share with you guys because I thought it was so sub. I thought it was really fucking cool. So, oh goodness. On top of that, chat, we're gonna take a skip over here to talk about what the hell is going on with Hololive. So, guys, I want you all to do a stretch right now because this whole thing about Holostars, it's a big thing. It's gonna take a while, so I hope you're ready, guys, to talk about this. I'm gonna stand up and stretch really quick. I can feel my leg like locking up. But this is crazy, guys. There's a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about. Yeah, I'm gonna drink my monster too. Absolutely nuts. Monster's bad for you. Well, you know what, Walk? I'm gonna throw a fact at you. Are you guys ready for this? You're probably not ready for this factoid, but I'm gonna throw it at you anyway. Did you know that 100% of people who drink water die? That's right. Absolutely true. And they tell you water is good for you, Walk. You want to explain that? Yeah, that's what I thought, Walk. Exactly. That ban water. Ban water. People are like, oh my god, Elara's technically not lying. Holy shit. Nah. I'm dying faster. Fuck. By the way, Nid, do you like the Yoshi dance party? I thought that one was kind of fun. I added a ton of new Tangias, chat. I uploaded my own as well, so you got a bunch of new ones. I hope Filling comes back and hopefully her and Beetle are married. Exactly. I mean, like, maybe it is. Maybe they have a fiance, or maybe they got married, or I mean, there's like a million things it could be, right? So, I mean, it's still cheaper than the fucking chicken nugget party. The chicken nugget party is like $20. Absolutely wild. Okay. I'm stretched. I've touched my toes. I'm feeling good. All right, so anyway, chat, we're going to talk about what's going on with Holostars. And guys, don't know Holostars. Holostars is the boys of Hololive, right, chat? And I have a lot to share with you, right? A lot of words from the Holostars members. And I have a lot of things that I want to share with all of you. Being somebody that is a, Hololive fan, right? I love Hololive talents. I don't really watch Holostars that much. I've watched it a little bit. I'm more about the girlies, but that doesn't mean that I don't have some thoughts, right? As somebody that consumes Hololive content on the regular, right? So let's talk about this. So Cover decided to release a particular statement going on about the Holostars management structure, chat, and there's a lot to, break down in this, right? However, of course, a lot of people commenting on it, so I'm going to read it to you, and then we'll go look at the comments. So, notice on changes to be made to the Holostars management structure. So, again, they're not fired, right, chat? It's just changes to Holostars. Anyway, let's take a look.
Thank you very much for your continued support of Hololive production and Holostars.
I'm not very happy about it either, Nid.
We wish to notice you of some upcoming changes to be made to Holostars management structure. Since its launch in 2019, Holostars has been active for almost 7 years. With the debuts of first, second, and third gens, followed by Uproar, it has grown into a group with a total of 12 currently active members, and over the course of 7 years, their activities went beyond streaming on YouTube, as they joined events, exhibitions, collaborations, and live shows on site.
So, Holostars did have a concert. Just to give you a little bit of context as well, guys. Like, it's not like Holostars have been doing bad, right? They had a concert that sold out in 1 fucking minute. So, it's not like their live shows are doing bad, right? Again, I think that they want to say this is a business decision. If that's the case, I do understand, right? But at the same time, there are some things that we need to talk about that are important to this overall dialogue, right?
However, The current state of the Holostars business has forced us as a company to have repeated discussions about how to maintain Holostars in a sustainable manner. We considered the future direction of the group's activities from various perspectives. Ultimately, we have arrived at the conclusion that changing the management structure in a way that fits the current status of Holostars activities is unavoidable.
So they want to change things up, chat.
As a
What's
result,
up, Matthew?
the company-led activities of the group, which have progressed alongside the individual activities of each talent, will be coming to a close. From this fiscal year onward, activity policies will shift to mainly focus on individual activities. Moreover, as we will reallocate certain resources, some of our support will be limited or conclude entirely.
So again, chat, this is, what they're saying is that they're not really going to do bigger group stuff anymore. They're going to just focus more on the individual talent. So they're still under cover, under Hololive, etc. But they're only going to be moving more towards a individual support versus like a group of support. And these are some of the things that are affected right here.
These structural changes will mainly affect company-led projects and initiatives, talent streams conducted in company studios, all types of new merchandise releases, including anniversary items, production and release of original songs, etc.
So we can chat, reducing music, merchandise releases, work within their company studio, maybe for music or 3D, etc., stuff like that. And of course, bigger projects, right? So, I don't think any of us know the exact finances of Holostars and whether it was like profitable or not, right? But obviously this seems to be a business-driven directive. However, there's a lot of questions, right? Because to my knowledge, at least, there were a lot of times where Hololive, EverCorp certainly dropped the ball in giving Holostars the support that they needed to truly, truly shine. I'm not saying that they did the worst job ever, right? But there were a lot of things they did drop the ball on. And I felt like Holostars could have been more successful had certain things happened or other things not happen, right? Which we will dive into. So let me continue reading
Meanwhile,
this.
Even
keep
within
talking.
this new structure, we will continue to provide the necessary and appropriate environment and support for each talent to pursue their activities in line with the aforementioned policies. We are in discussion with each talent regarding their activities going forward, and respect their wishes to the best of our abilities. We hope that you will continue to give your warm support for the talent's activities. Please understand that these changes are being made as an executive decision aiming to optimize the overall business, and has not been caused by any of the talents themselves. Please refrain from directly inquiring with the talents about this particular matter. Once again, we hope for your continued support for and appreciation of Holostars in the future.
So, this did not go over well, right, Chad? Of course, a lot of people saying, yeah, because the company treats them like outsiders and includes them in nothing. If you don't know this as well, there is a lot of conflict between current Hololive members. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate you. There's a lot of current conflict between, some of the talents wanting to collab with them or supporting them. Other ones just kind of being like they didn't really want much to do with them, etc., right? Some people don't, or Hololive in general, I feel like kind of didn't really cross over a lot of the boys and girls, right? To uphold more of the idol culture-esque stuff. More recent years, other VTuber companies have shown that male VTuber branches can be extremely successful. You can look at Ninja Sanji. Overseas, they literally own the male VTuber market. If Cover finds Holostars is struggling, is because of deficiency in management. Now with talents and pulling back resources like this shows the inability of this company to lead. So, again, kind of some strong pushback on this decision, right? VTuber historian says Cover Corp has decided to limit or stop company productions or backing for Holostars as a project, which includes 3D streams, anniversaries, concerts, merch, and original songs. They made this to do to Holostars as a brand not being financially sustainable, and by doing this, they hope to make it so. They will still continue to support individual projects for members, but company-wide, it's going to be significantly limited. And again, this is just bad news for Holostars fans, Holostars members. Overall, this is just kind of, it's bad, right? If you like Holostars, right? Of course, Kenny going on to say, like, well, this isn't the worst compromise. Unfortunately, Holostars receiving the same resources while bringing less views. Sales and interest just isn't sustainable. Instead of killing the bridge and reducing resources, making those who stayed more independent activities. Kind of like a glass half full kind of look on it, which isn't wrong, right? Some people are really upset. Some people kind of, are looking at this a little bit more with a fine tooth comb. Some people are being more critical. However, we did get a confirmation from Miyabi said that they're allowed to utilize outside studios to do their 3D lives. So they might have to pay out of pocket, but they can go to a different studio to do that, right? So, of course, this causes the Holostars page to go down. Even for the one with the auditions, it's just gone, right? Auditions for Holostars, both Ian and JP, are gone. Yes, Evan, we're actually going to talk about that. So, I mean, I can say it now, but now this whole thing, right? This caused, oh, well, Holostars, male VTubers are not sustainable. So male VTubers are worthless, is what people were saying, right? This caused a lot of controversy. This caused Asmongold to add fuel to the fire. And this is why we got to the whole conversation that we spent all day yesterday on stream talking about. It's exactly from that. Literally exactly from that. This is where we kind of stem from this. Was this whole thing going on with Holostars, right? So Kiara decided to speak out. And unfortunately, this caused quite a lot of issue. A lot of people were being mean to Kiara, but I feel like she had a lot of really positive things to say in some maybe a little bit of hard truth, but anyway, let's go take a look at what Kiwawa had to say.
No matter how talented you are, you might not end up being successful. What's needed then is either incredible luck with algorithm, or support from others to push you towards where you need and deserve to be.
Yep.
It's frustrating when you have neither of those.
Yep, it sure is. So 100% understand where Kiara's coming from on this. You can do everything right sometimes, chat. And sadly, it may just not work for you, right? Of course, Kiara goes on to add to this saying, see, I see people misinterpreting this, right? I'm saying I don't personally agree with decisions that have been made. So again, Nate kind of points out the argument, right? Sadly, Holostars neither had luck nor support. I will say that Holostars did not have the support that they really, truly deserved. Of course, Kiara going on to add to this saying, I don't personally agree with, some decisions that were made. So, and I'm glad she kind of added and cleared that up as well. Kiara says, one last thing here. So here we go.
Me not having collab with them does not matter. I will speak my mind and criticize things that I don't think are right. It might not be enough to change things, but I want to make it clear that I don't agree regardless. If you'd rather have me be quiet about it, then I am not sure you are on their side either.
And basically what was happening were a lot of people like, oh, well, you never collab with the boys, so you're just as bad, right? And look, even though she never collab with the boys, right, that doesn't mean that she can't call out behavior that she feels like is personally wrong, right? So Kiara always a great voice to listen to. To me, a voice of wisdom. I very much agree with her takes on a lot of this stuff. And it's okay if you disagree, right? It's okay if you disagree. But I do think that ultimately when it comes to this type of stuff, right, I think that just being respectful is by far the most important thing out of this, right? And this gets worse, right? Because people are saying stuff like this, right? Nothing to misinterpret. It was the effort that Callie, Bay, ERB, and others actually tried to push the guys. You were among the ones acting like you get cursed if you even mention them, let alone interact. Kindly go fuck yourself. Your false preaching is disgusting. Which again, absolutely an insane take. No need to be absolutely inflammatory like that. Again, they can call out stuff that they don't agree with. That doesn't mean that they had to collab with them, right? They can still support them in other ways. This is just a crazy strong take that did not need to be put out there, right, chat? So let's kind of go take a look at what the boys had to say about, what's going on, right? Go Bullet speaking out about this. Exactly. Says, appreciate you guys. We all do. Again, having to go through all of this, I'm sure it's really tough. Says, thank you for, for supporting everybody here in Holostars. Those are your GP senpais. They deserve only the best. Give them as much love and support as you can. I'll get back to streaming again here when I'm in better spirits. I'll see you soon with some cool stuff. So again, you know, just being straightforward, just like Cabe. You know, I need a little bit of time off, but I will get back to you guys when I'm feeling better. You know, of course, we have this random person that's totally not, you know, affiliated with anything, but of course, Atali says, keep supporting your Oshis, keep supporting Holostars, JP, and Ian. Well, so we're gonna go take a look here at this clip of Octavio, where Octavio decided to speak out about, you know, what's going on. So,
as you know, you've seen the news, but all I have to say, the message has always been the same. I've said this to my members already. It's been the same ever since the dawn of time, right? Keep supporting your Oshis. Keep supporting Holostars, JP, and EN. Whether that's via membership, super chats, watching, replying to tweets and stuff. Or literally praying right before you go to bed. Dear Lord, I pray for the continued success of Holostars, JP, and EN.
I love that. But like, I do want to add on to this a little bit as well. Like, support the people that you like. Support the people that create content that you love enjoying, right? It makes a big difference in our lives, right? Like you guys supporting me. You know, it makes a huge difference in my life, guys. I mean, WOG dropping 50,000 bits earlier. I mean, that's a big deal, right? That's nothing just to scoff at, right? So your guys' support has always been incredible. And it's same for these guys, right? They're working hard. They're creating content they're passionate about, and just continue to support that. That's it.
You know?
It's literally that simple.
Right? No matter what happens, no matter what kind of news comes out, no matter what blow you think is happening, what bad thing, what good thing is happening, don't take any of your Oshis for granted. We're all just here really to entertain you and fulfill our dreams. So no matter what, just show up when you can.
You keep not supporting me by giving me a fucking banana. Bananas do not support me.
And don't feel bad.
Although I am a little hungry,
that maybe
actually.
you're not supporting your Oshis enough. Because we know, every one of us have our own lives. We have our own responsibilities, and life can get heavy.
And I don't want anybody to. I feel like a lot of people are pointing blame at the fans, right? They're like, "Oh, you didn't support your Oshi enough." Like, guys, trust me, they're supportive, right? I think if anybody that needs to be criticized here, I would say it's Cover, really. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, the fans did not support enough, because I truly don't believe that's the case. I think that Cover dropped the ball in a few ways, and we're gonna talk about that, right?
Get heavy now, later, tomorrow, in a week, in a month. Trust me, I know.
I would actually
disappeared
love
for
a
a month
smoothie.
because
That
life
sounds
got
so
really
good.
heavy. But I keep saying this also
Okay,
to
my
my
defense
puppets,
walk, I
right?
had 2 Eggo waffles.
Even if you
Is
leave
that
for a
good
bit,
enough?
or for a long time, you know, when you need it, when you need like a pick-me-up, when you need something to cheer you up, we're always gonna be here streaming, fulfilling our dreams, releasing music, and having fun.
I don't have a blender,
And
Skull. Yeah, I
it
don't even have
doesn't
a
matter what
blender.
any corporate entity says or whatever. The dream will always continue no matter what. Okay? And there's always a chance for you to support us.
Yeah, I got
There's
my
always a
thoughts,
chance,
Nid. I'll share it
right?
with you in a minute.
It's never too late. Okay?
So, you know, Octavio kind of talking about everything. I do want to go take a look at what everybody had to say. So this is
I'll
a
talk
nice
about it
little
here a bit. The
thing
announcement-
here with like Axel and a bunch of other members. So I am going to put it on like a faster speed just so we can listen to it together. I don't know why I'm not already on 1080p, fuck YouTube, but anyway, let's go take a look, guys, at what all the Hololive members, Holostars members had to say about the announcement, right? So let's take a look.
I'll talk about it here a bit. The announcement you guys saw, I can't really say too much about it because it's not exactly 100% about the Ian boys in general. I think some of the other boys have voiced it. It's a majority on the JP side. I'm not really in the position to, you know, force you guys to do anything or ask you guys and beg you guys to do this and that. But hey, if you guys really do love the boys, JP or Ian, just give them some love. Yeah, tune into their streams, check out what events they're doing and all that. It'll really mean a lot for them. It might have come to a surprise for you guys, and we were talking about all the meeting and this, that. Obviously, there's some things we still can't really talk about, which will probably come out later on. I know there's going to be a lot of people who are concerned about the Ian boys after seeing this, you know, specific announcement on the JP side. I don't blame you guys being worried, having questions about it, but there will be things coming in the future which may result in, you know, a similar outcome or not a similar outcome, but we just have to really wait for.
So this is something that we haven't really seen here yet, but Axel is saying, okay, on the JP side, they announced this, right? You know, the Holostars JP side receiving kind of less support. Axel is saying, well, you know, this might happen on the Ian side too. So definitely scary for all of the Holostars, right? For Ian and JP. Yeah, I mean, of course, we don't want that to happen, but at the same time, it does seem like Axel is kind of alluding that that might happen. So, honestly, we just have to think, you know, put up on the shelf that it could happen,
what the
right?
future holds for us Ian boys. What we can do is, in order to maintain what we have right now, we just have to keep working hard. That's pretty much it, really. And I'm not saying they didn't work hard or anything. It's just unfortunate things had to end up like this on their side. But, you know, if we don't work harder than what we are doing right now, we might have to face the same consequences. Who knows? Like, obviously, we don't want that to happen to ourselves, but ultimately, we don't want to put you guys or let you guys down. It's a really difficult situation. Yeah, right now, what I can just do as a individual talent on the Stars Ian side is just make as much shit as I can while I'm still here. And I saw like a couple of questions concerning, oh, you guys know about this, you know, before you moved to Japan, this, that. I'll just say straight up because I don't want to hide shit from you guys. We have no idea. No.
I doubt that, Zombie. I feel like ID is doing very, very
like,
well.
a couple of streams back, I was kind of saying some shit like, oh, I don't know.
Well, then again, I feel
really
like Holostars are doing well.
It was kind of bothering me after I found out about this stuff, about the whole move, because now I'm like locked in here for like 2-3 years with not knowing the direction of what's going to be happening in the future and all that, which is very scary and some uncertain things here and there. But I guess it's also like a double-edged sword. Although I have that fear, it also means that I just have to lock the in and give it everything. So in that sense, from your perspective, fans' perspective, it's going to be good, I guess. Axel and the boys in Japan are just like, they're forced to be locked in. They can't like just skedoodle halfway through and just psych it out. You just gotta think positively, right? We start thinking negatively, let that shit eat into our thoughts and all that. There's no benefit from that. So we just have to try to be as positive as we can, give you guys the most as we can, and try to do everything that we can. And, you know, like I said, it's not really in my position for me asking you guys, but as much as we try to give you guys, if you guys could, you know, give that same support back to us, would really appreciate it. Yeah, would really love you guys for it. If you guys have seen some of the boys take a little bit of like a mental hit over the past like month or so, you know, it wasn't because they didn't want to do anything and all that. It's just, you know, there are some things that we can't really obviously talk about until.
There is a compilation out there, chat. We're not gonna watch it because it's like 50 minutes long, but it has all the JP talents, just kind of like their thoughts on what got announced, right? And I did watch a compilation of my own, and I can kind of give you just the TLDR of it. I mean, most of them are just disappointed, you know. Most of them, I don't feel like there's a lot of like crazy amount of just like blame. I guess it felt like more to me. They're just disappointed. Now, we will talk about them getting very unhinged about it, because they definitely decided, well, you know, if you're going to do this, we're going to kind of go, you know, mask off a little bit, which we will talk about. But that's kind of like the general consensus of feeling
notified and like publicly
that I can share with you from that
I think it might have cleared up some of the things where we were talking about all these like big meetings and all that. I know some of the talents, including myself, said, oh yeah, the meeting was good. That is one thing we haven't been able to talk about yet. In that sense, yeah, it's really cruel of me or any talent to say, you know, please just look forward to the future or just stay as positive, because with everything that's been happening recently, I don't think it's really fair to be saying that when we have let you guys down so much. So I really apologize on my end for that as well, but we're trying to do our best right now.
You know, I think it's a really strong statement to make. It's like, look, like, number one, I don't think it feel like they let anybody down, right? But it's like, also at the same time, he's like, look, like, we're just doing our best right now. Like, you know, I know that you guys maybe want to hear certain words, but I can't necessarily give that to you. So just bear with us, because we're trying to do the best we can right now, especially for Ian, right? They don't know what the fuck's going on. They have no idea. They're watching this stuff happen on the JP side, and they're just wondering, well, you know, what comes for us, right? But I don't think they should apologize.
Stress yourselves about it too much. If you guys need to leave the sphere for a bit to have some time for yourselves, take care of yourselves, please do that. No one is, you know, going to blame you, and no one is going to get mad at you. But ultimately, what keeps us alive and what keeps us going is no matter how much or how hard we work, if we do not, at the end of the day, get the support of the people, it unfortunately doesn't work out. So yeah, we really do appreciate everything every single one of you guys supporting us. Thank you very much. Yeah, I understand you guys might feel like I was really unfair and all that, and don't worry, I guarantee you that you guys are not the only ones feeling that way.
As you know, if you've seen the news, but all I have to say, the message has
So
always
we
been the
already
same. I've
watched
said this to my members
Octavio,
already.
so
Keep
we'll skip over to
I'm sure
we'll
we're
skip
all
over to
aware of
Crimson
the
here.
elephant in the room. I'll say support the boys, especially the JP boys right now. I have many thoughts. I don't know what I'm allowed to say or what I'm supposed to say from a corporate.
That's also a really strong point as well. That I'm glad that you point out, though. You know, really, everybody's kind of like, I'll show you some of the unhinged stuff that's going on here in a bit, but it feels like everybody's kind of doing or saying what they want, and there's been no repercussions as far as the corpo side of stuff. So I feel like the corpo's being very gracious in allowing them to, you know, say what they want to say and do what they want to do right now. But we will get to that here in a
I'll let
bit.
you know this. I don't really give a fuck what they want me to say, but I'm also not going to get in so much trouble that, you know, I'm not being quiet about it. I'm pissed off. I've been pissed off for a while. As always, I'm here for you guys, not for any company.
I mean, again, for them to be able to say this, you know, out loud, you know, share their thoughts and everything and have some type of silence, I will at least respect them for that. That they're being like, okay, yeah, you know what, like, yes, we understand it as a professional company, but you should be allowed to voice your opinion. If you're pissed off about it, well, you should be able to tell your fans. So, I feel like that is at least one positive out of this whole thing, right? Is okay, they're being allowed to say and do what they want.
Regulation that would change
as they
that,
should
but
be.
As it stands, I think I am allowed to say this does not affect Ian yet, but what affects JP affects us all. So that kind of sucks. Yeah. That is frustrating. I feel incredibly bad for the JP boys, and I'm angry, and that's life. I've made my stance on it very known internally, to I'm sure my own detriment, and I don't care. There are many things we're probably not supposed to or allowed to talk about, and this isn't some cookie cutter thing with a playbook or you can say this, you can't say that. So most of us are probably going to deem not to talk about it. I probably shouldn't have just now, but I also don't care. Please just try to stay positive as much as you're able to in whatever space you're able to, and you know, whatever you're comfortable with doing to support, whether that's viewing or just talking about it, or if it's monetary support for the boys.
Trust me, I got my thoughts, chat, but I'll share with you in a bit because I got very strong, strong opinions. Of course, let's check in with Altair as well, who shares his thoughts.
Give the Holostars JP boys as much support as they deserve. I know that's asking a lot from me, since I'm just a little dude who does funny haha on YouTube. But if there's anybody who can vouch for how wonderful these men are, how inviting and how incredibly talented.
Japanese corporate tactic, don't fire somebody to make their job so miserable they quit. Yeah, and that is a consideration here, Zombie. A lot of people are talking about that. They're saying, oh, well, you know, they're not really giving them the support or everything that they need. They just want to, you know, ultimately they're going to end up quitting because they're just not getting what they need, right?
Right now, because I am not happy. Now that we've seen a little bit of gravel and rocks start to fall down, let's try to avoid an avalanche. Let's do our best and hold things up, okay? I'm gonna do my best. All the boys, we're gonna do our best. Let's just hope our best is enough, right? From what I've seen, the boys are trying to get what they can get out of it. They're trying to look at it in a more positive way. And don't be surprised if you start seeing cuts from our side too. Even if it's little things. We're gonna have to work 100.
I do think that inevitably, Chad, if I can make you know, swing for the fences, I think unfortunately the Ian side is gonna suffer as well. That's my guess. I hope not.
I guess on the plus side,
I feel like that's probably what's gonna happen.
Without any help from the company, despite how many times I've asked them. Oh, did I not tell you guys the cost? Yeah, it's 40,000.
Yeah, very true. And I'll show you the stuff they've been doing.
Comments thrown around,
as
especially
well.
during times of discourse like this. People use badly clipped, badly used phrases without knowing the full context. I find it a little bit sad.
I mean, people do that all the time anyway. But
rented suit from cover. I was just the first person to use the rented suit from cover. It's with Fly on right now, I think. I hate money. I love money, but I hate money. It's a real darn shame that the world is run by money. Let's all do our best. I know that's the most that we really can do. But if we don't try our best, then, well, we know where it goes from here. Stop doing more projects to get more new fans. Oh, how many have I?
I think it's gonna be extended, Ian. I think so.
I haven't gotten much sleep.
What sucks?
Sorry to make it so sad.
By the way, I will share all of my thoughts here in a bit, Chad. I just want to give you
and I think I'd rather
the stuff here.
I've suggested many cost-cutting suggestions, especially when it comes to like music stuff. They denied all of them. I was going to use this website where people sell their beats and the music. They sell the licenses to other people. I was like, why can't we use this? Nope, can't use it. I don't want to be angry anymore. I could say so much more, but
it sucks. The only way to put it, it feels like my anxiety makes it feel like the Danganronpa gif or the execution where it's like.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right now, I'm mainly just like
anyway, this
JT
is
senpais. I'm not the best of these things. The best thing I know how to do is I just try to support in the moment because I know if I let it get to me, I'll get bogged down by it. So that's the best I could do. So I can give you my energy. Sometimes just stuff kind of like happens and that's just how you'll just figure it out. Even for me, I would say I've been here like 3, now this is year 4. You think you have more time than you think, right? But sometimes there isn't. So it's like kind of like take for granted. I've come here like from nothing. So I've been like on the...
Guys, never take it for granted. I will tell you, I never take one moment for granted because I know it could all be over in a second, right? And you never want to think that way, right? I mean, I don't think I've ever done anything that would deserve that or, you know, cause some type of you know, criminal or activity or some kind of drama that would, you know, mean that, right? But, you know, what if something happened to me health-wise, right? I mean, things can happen and it can all come crashing down in a moment. So never take anything for granted, guys, you know?
Down into things, right? I've met many people. When I'm doing like
Yeah,
volunteer
I
work,
like
I
the
met
model
many
too.
people. I was a delinquent in school for a reason, got suspended 15 times. So, and all the things associated with that,
Good
I was
Lord.
out here. I know exactly the things that I have right now are things people would kill for, so I'm very happy for that. So I think throughout my whole streaming year, I'm actually quite maybe too harsh on myself. I'm like, wait, look how awesome I am. Look at the position I'm in. But sometimes your body and your brain hasn't caught up yet. So that's what I call like when you're doing something. So let's call this my dream, and then we call this life, right? So I'm trying to chase the dream, but I'm still dealing with life stuff. That's how everyone is. So you're like trying to do this, then your life stuff is catching up. So I've been like dealing with that the entire time, and it makes it slow. And some places with this job, I'm not where I want to be. At the same time, I'm probably as best as I could be. It's sort of like that type of feeling. So throughout the whole time, I think it's just learning to be less harsh. And I have you guys to thank. I only realized the other day that when I started, I was like, I'm here to self-improve. So a lot of this was just for me. But then the more I streamed, the more it became for not only me, but other people. I'm here to do my best as I can. For Japan, I didn't hear about this stuff before I got here, so that's a bit different. If I did, I probably would have made a different decision. Right now, I'm concerned with getting on, I think what Altair said it.
I just found out about this. Holy shit, this all happened right after the discourse on male VTubers. Oh, no. Double Eater, this is actually where the discourse on male VTubers started. This happened, which caused Asmund to speak on it, etc., etc. I'll show you actually how this all lined up here in a minute. But yeah, no, this is actually where it became.
120%. Yeah, I kind of want to just do the best I can right now and then get some stuff done that I want to do. But
I mean,
well,
they're
I'll
not
tell you, fine.
technically
We're doing a song.
indies, right?
So right now I'm like finishing up a bunch of
But-
recordings I owe to different people, and then I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna focus on
it's
original
no
song stuff
longer
and then things like that.
group-related.
But don't worry, I'm
Well,
okay.
it
I like
feels
to take
that
people's
way.
patience because let's see, I've been dealing a lot. I dropped something. A lot of personal stuff too. So this came at like an awkward time. That's how life is, right? So I'm like, but do not worry, I'm okay, and you don't have to be like, oh my god, did I do anything? Chill. Sometimes I guess. You'll be shocked when people don't want to do the right thing. But this has nothing to do with like anything like with the job, any of the boys, no one in the company. That's just my personal thing. So I'm like recovering from that. And then also I got to deal with this. But I think I can figure it out. I'm doing good. So we got to get the momentum up. So thank you guys very much. Thank you.
I'm in no position to talk about what is happening. And I'm sorry if my emotions or my way of talking doesn't match.
Here is Haka sharing their thoughts as well. Given the corpo's cut, yes, so many VTubers and smaller corporates have a day job suffer from VTubing great. I mean, like, probably. I don't know. Everybody's financial situation is different,
What I'm
right?
about to say. We all have different ways of dealing with it. Like LARPing as a homeless man, like you senpai. Being the realest motherfucker out there, Shien senpai. Playing Street Fighter 6. Tema senpai. We all deal with stuff differently. But I do have the right to be really fucking upset. I know that in the middle of hardship is when people's true colors show. Is when our spirit shines the brightest. I'm with you guys. In every step of the fucking way. Because of, you know, multiple reasons I can't say multiple things. I'm struggling a lot to find the correct words. If there's something I don't struggle with is thanking you guys. For all your support. For being so damn fucking nice. For
I think if I had to give you a TLDR, just what I think, and I do have a lot of thoughts, chat, that I'm going to share with you in a minute, but I do want to see at least that. I think for me, like, even though this is a business-related decision, I think the cover has to look at themselves and go, yeah, we did not do everything we should have done, right? We certainly dropped the ball in a couple other places.
everyone that is expressing how they truly feel about this. I wish I had the answers you guys are looking for, but in reality, what I also have is a lot of f***ing questions. So, if it's a request, I can, you know, ask you guys. This is to support Holostars. Support Holostars more than you have ever f***ing had. You guys already support us a lot. You are enough. You are f***ing worth it. And I will never f***ing give up on you. But in moments like this is where our support needs to shine the brightest. I will do my part with what I can do. If I can give you some comfort during times like this, I will never f***ing give up. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. It's not even about me at this point. It's about making the Holostars name f***ing proud. It's about making you, Starman, proud of supporting Holostars. I know I sound like a f***ing broken record saying thank you, but generally speaking though, like, that's the least I can do. I admire how strong some people can be when dealing with situations like this. I admire how resilient some people can be with situations like this. It's not easy, but you guys make it easier. All your kindness, all your support, all your love. Trust me, we all see that. For every 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, for every 100 negative messages, there is literally a quadrillion fucking positive messages. And you guys make a really good job at hiding that fucking bullshit. You guys generally do make it really, really easy. They deserve so much more. You guys also deserve so much more. Apologizing again because
all of them are super level-headed. This is on the Ian side, right? Remember, this is the Ian side. 6, 7.
Dude. They save everything. You know what? Draw out
6, 7.
No, jokes aside though. I know we can turn this.
No, they're not being let go. They're just they're no longer supporting like group activities, certain merch releases, things like
I'm not really good with words. I'm better with actions. But Fujos, Fudanshis, Fudashis, Fuichis, whatever the fuck you want, bro. Bring them over. All I can say is thank you. That's generally all I can say.
So of course, chat, these are the Ian boys talking about what's going on over on the JP side, and I feel like everybody's very level-headed, but of course it it's gotta suck to watch from the outside, right? You know, looking in and seeing, well, that might be coming for you, right? It just really sucks. So here's, of course, the clip you just played about Haka, but I just, I can't imagine, right? You know, the one thing that you're super excited about, it just really feels like, sadly, you know, the one thing you do as a career is now kind of being, you know, downsized. I just can't imagine, right? Chris Crimson goes on to say, I'll be taking a break from it. The weight I see Stars fans put on their shoulders is more than any one person can carry. You're doing enough. And I agree, right? I think the fans are doing so much, right? I just think it's Cover that dropped the ball, right? Your support, no matter what anyone says or how it turns out, it means something. You've changed our lives for the better. Thank you for everything that you have done. Well, guys, we got to go look at the reactions from the JP side. So the JP side, of course, like I said, I watch a reaction with pretty much all of them. It's like a 15-minute video if you want to go watch it. But basically, it was kind of like, everybody's just kind of sad. Not really sure how to deal with it. Some people are taking it with grace. And other people are like, yeah, no, fuck this shit. So, Stout actually went on to make a letter addressed to Yagu. So, they write this letter to Yagu. And of course, this is what the letter has to say, chat. Here's the translation. So, let's take a listen.
Cover-sama and Yagu. The cherry blossoms were scattered by the sudden downpour the other day. How are you doing? Today, I wanted to write a letter to express my gratitude for everything you've done for me. First of all, thank you for letting me debut in Holostars. These past 6.5 years have been incredibly fun. The last time I saw Yago-san was 4 years ago, wasn't it? I still remember his smile from that time. Since then, the company has grown so much, and there have been many difficulties. Even so, you and the management have worked together and persevered to get this far. Congratulations. I still remember the time when I unveiled my 3D model. I'm sorry if I made a lot of unreasonable requests. But even now, that stream is still praised by many people. As expected of Cover-san. After that, there was
after that, there was a while when nothing really happened. I watched as the fans felt lonely.
But these past 2 years, Christmas and White Day have been wonderful events. That's great. The countdown is gone, huh? I wanted to sing with everyone, even if it wasn't high quality. But I'm sure Cover has something they want to show us too, I understand. If the time comes when Holostars feels like it might be okay for Cover to fully support us again, let's start with Yago's one-shot 3D debut. Now it's our turn to accept. It's your turn next, right? We'll be waiting. Finally, Yago. If this announcement was made under duress from something big, please use a smiling emoji in an X post during April. I'll try to do something. I love Holostars and Cover. From Astel, basically an indie.
That line right there, chat. Holy fucking shit. Basically an indie. And of course, looking here, you know, he put this together, put it in an envelope. He finished writing a letter on the envelope, origami, and it has dual challenge written on it. He's ready to fight. Of course, doing a double middle finger during this stream as well. The Holostars members are ready to fight, and some of them are not happy about this at all. Of course, also, we gotta go take a look here. One of the members going on to say, I'm a Holostars pretending to be homeless. Take a look here at the clip. Please. This might be my favorite meme out of this. Cosplaying as a homeless man. I'm Holostars, please. Yeah. I mean, at least it's a good laugh, right?
I'm a Holostar. お大事にいいなって言われた。お大事にって言われた。I'm a Holostar.
This is hilarious.
Here. Good luck. ほら、頑張ってくれ。
Great work, pal. Let's get back to that greedy ass spy.
This might be my favorite clip out of the whole thing, of course, but there's been a lot of bizarre behavior, guys. I mean, just to kind of, Holostars are going off the rails a little bit. Let me tell you what's going on. You can see everything going on with Holostars is a bit of a bizarre adventure.
Brother, this guy stinks!
A summary of the bizarre behavior from Holostars JP members after their announcement of facing operational downsizing troubles. Coming out with their real ages, coming out with their savings amount, begging for money in the homeless simulator, doing song streams while playing Apex. Wait. Oh my god, it's happening! It's a JoJo reference! Okay, the timing on that was actually nuts, I'll give you that. Doing song streams while playing Apex. Filling behind-the-scenes gossip about retired members. Campfire ASMR buying Arena's ASMR and posting creepy cryptic messages on X. So the Holostars GP members are, going off the rails, chat. They're crashing out in different ways. They're having fun with it. Some of them are saying "fuck you," but I think in general, everybody's entitled to react how they want to with this stuff. So, before we get in my thoughts, I want to share with you something that a kind of an older clip, but this is Mio. And Mio actually goes on to talk about why she doesn't collab with male VTubers. Now, a lot of the time with fellow Hololive members, right, chat? For the context, if you don't know this, I assume you know this, but let's say you don't. The girls don't normally collab with the guys, right? And it's only separated. And so a lot of criticism has been drawn that Hololive does not support the boys because them and the girls don't always collab. Now, I think it's a bigger conversation in that might have to do more with idol culture, and some people don't want to collab with guys, other people do. We've had Hololive members like Mori that have been very ERB, that have been very outspoken about the guys, very supportive. We've had other members that just don't really say anything, and we have other members that don't want to collab with the guys. So this is another kind of point I want to at least bring up to you. And there's this older clip of Mio talking about why she doesn't collab with male VTubers. So let's take a look.
なんかギャングの構想とかもね、あったら楽しそうだけど、まあ正直言うと、ホロライブの人数だとちょっと実現は難しいと思いますね。あとは期間かな。なんかね、もっとね、人数が多かったりすれば、いけるのかもしれないけど、やっぱり、倍ぐらい欲しいよね、人数。
Yeah, I mean, Mori collabs with guys all the time with her music, you know?
まあでも他の箱とやるとかなったら、やっぱね、
Yeah, she literally collabs with people all the time.
男性の VTuber と共演 NG の子も結構多いというか、まあうちがそうなんだけど、まあ NG というか、まあなるべく共演しないように。
She says, I'm not prohibited from it, but I try to keep away from it.
ところとかもあってちょっとそういう調整難しいかなって感じですね。NG ってわけじゃない。まあたまに共演したりもするし、今日も大石正義さんのラジオ出させてもらうから別に男性 NG ではないんだけど、まあなんかあれかなって。I
think she goes on to say, well, I think idol is just like this. And again, I think it's more rooted in idol culture that this just doesn't happen. Does Cover Corp not want the girlies to collab with the guys? I don't know. I don't think so. But I think that there is almost like an unspoken kind of expectation. It's not prohibited, but it's kind of like, I don't know. This is a point of contention that people are bringing up. So this is why I want to bring it up. Because people are talking about it, right? I'll stop being here, chat, but yeah, maybe it's kind of an unspoken rule, right? It's not necessarily prohibited, but some people just don't want to. Some people have different limits, right? Some people don't want to collab with guys, etc. Right? Maybe it's a comfortability thing, etc. But what I want to say, chat, is like, here's my thing. I don't think that. Okay, what's up, Nid? Is it in the? Which one is it? Where is it? Is it indie or? on Hololive's channel. Okay, anyway, let me continue playing this chat. I think I might know which one you're talking
いやう
about.
ちさこんなこと言うの
I'll
も
look
なんなん
for
だ
it
けど
once you
さ
once you drop
なんか
it.
ホロライブのメンバーがさやっぱりこう男性のと一緒にゲームやったりとかするのをさ見るとさちょっとうってなるんだよね
So you can see here where she's like, oh, you know, when I see Holo members playing with, you know, doing stuff with male members, I'm kind of like, ugh, it kind of hurts my heart. So again, not very encouraging of the guys
が
as
痛
well.
むというかなんかう
Oh yes, I've seen that one, Nid. I actually didn't include that one, but I
全
know
然や
I
って
know
もら
that
って
one.
も問題ないんだけどやってもらっていいし止める権利はないんだけどなんかうち自身がそのやっぱねあれなんだよねちょっとやっぱ
So the question more becomes, chat, is it more the agency, the fans, or the fellow talents, right? And I feel like it's definitely not the fans, right? And with the fellow talents, some of them do, some of them don't. That's fine, right? So I feel like it inevitably falls to management and cover, right? So I'm not going to sit here and say the cover corp never promoted them, but I feel like they did drop the ball in certain ways, whether it came to like resources and stuff like that. I just feel like they did not give cover, the Holostars specifically, sorry. They did not give the Holostars all the same resources and all of the same promotion that they should have, right? Like, I don't know, there's a lot of times like where things like this, right? You know, it feels like the girlies are, or it just feels like people are able to undermine Holostars in general, right? Like every time when the girls here says like, oh, I'm not gonna, you know, associate with it, or they get like very silent about it. You know, every time that the like cover corp remove like Holostars from big events and things like that, it almost undermines Holostars as a whole, right? So again, Holostars gets kind of undermined because, you know, it never felt like there was true support from all sides in every angle, right? You know, the resources, you didn't really get a promotion. You know, some of the girlies are like, well, I don't want anything to do with that. You know, it's just like a lot of kind of stuff that makes it feel, that sucks, you know? Yeah, and it's probably more like culture and idol related, but, you know, nonetheless, it still undermines the brand a little bit, right? I think that the marketing overall for Holostars is just kind of, it wasn't great. And I think it boils down more to the fact that Cover really did not know what to do with Holostars in general. Yeah, I mean, it could be, right? It could be a protection thing. But at the end of the day, right, it can undermine, or at least the perception is that, you know, undermines things. The perception is important, right? But I think the most important takeaway for me in particular is that I just feel like Cover did not know what to do with them. Like, they didn't really know how to have them interact with the girlies. They didn't really know how to market them properly. They didn't really know how to give them proper resources. I just think Cover did not know what to do with them. And things changed over time, right? So for instance, you had, when Holostars first debuted, right? I feel like the idol culture stuff was maybe more prominent. And now that it's become kind of less prominent, you would think that they would maybe want to lean into more interactivity with other members across the board, right? And it feels like they didn't really do that, right? I truly and honestly just feel like I think Cover said, we want to compete with Ninja Sanji, but they didn't really understand how that worked, if that makes sense. They would not create a Holostars back then if they could now. Right. Exactly. I think over time, they just look at this and they go, I don't really know what to do with Holostars. It felt like there's a lack of direction, a lack of marketing and resources. I mean, like, when Holostars first came out, right, you know, or most of the talents were kind of coded as like idols, right? Like, you know, male idols, but like, not a lot of them are that way, right? A lot of them are just hardcore gamers, or they're just guys, you know? So I felt like it just really, the mismatching there was very problematic as well, right? The other thing I want to mention too is Vesper has been very outspoken about issues with management as well. You know, best for in his new life, right? Has been very outspoken at the issues that he's had. So I feel like for me, at least my thoughts are it falls somewhere between cover not knowing what to do with Holostars and management not really doing the best job that they could have. So ultimately, I think the blame falls on cover. That's my criticism, right? Again, I think that there have been girlies that have been very supportive. I feel like maybe Holo did not do a very good job in leaning into that a little bit more, at least allowing them to have that interactivity. I mean, if you look at Holostars concerts, right, they sold out immediately, chat. They did really, really well. But I just don't understand why they are wanting to just cut those out, right? When they probably could have made it even 2 or 3 times bigger venues. So I don't know. I think the blame is on cover at this point. I know a lot of people want to be like, oh, it's the fans. Well, I don't feel like it's the fans because I feel like they've always been supportive, right? And I definitely don't feel like it's always just the talents, right? Because everybody's like, oh, well, the other talents were supporting them. Well, I think there's a very nuanced discussion in that, whether it's idol culture, maybe some of them just don't want to, you know, collab with males and other ones do, and maybe they didn't really get the best opportunities to do that. I think there's a really big discussion within just the talents, but I still don't put the blame on them, right? I don't think that other fellow talents are the reason that Holostars failed or getting, not failed, but got their support pulled, right? I think it falls on cover as a whole. What do y'all think, though? And I agree with that. It's you should never eat the talents, right? I feel like it's always on the corpo. Nice boobs, thanks. I grew them myself. Ultimately, cover created a culture where the girls and guys didn't collaborate. Exactly, Nid. And I feel like over time that should have changed because, you know, when did Holo debut? What, 2019? Holostars? Yeah, what was it? 2019? Yeah, 2019. So they've collabed since 2000. Or sorry, they were created since 2019. You know, things are a little different in, you know, idol culture. I think it was a little bit stronger, but as time has went on for the past 7 years, it's not the same anymore, right? So I feel like you have to be able to adjust your culture and allow for those types of things to happen, especially people like ERB or Mori that are very comfortable with that type of stuff, right? Because when Nini said management was definitely encouraging a culture where they stayed separate, right? I believe that. 100% I would believe that. So that's kind of where everything falls with, you know, Holostars chat. What do you think about this? Who do you think is at fault? Would love to hear what your thoughts are. It's what's best for business. But here's the thing, Nova. How does Holo know that the guys interacting with girls is bad for business if they haven't really tried it? You know, what I do also want to talk about is I think that's on Nid bring this up as well. People being upset that people are being critical of cover. Guys, I think that regardless of whatever it is, right? Regardless of what the company is, whether you like them or not, I do think that criticism should always be open and everybody should be able to be criticized, regardless if you love them or not. You know, VTubers is, I think, feels more hands-on, because there's certainly a meta or menace, but you only really know if you watch male VTubers, and I don't, so I wouldn't know what to do with Holostars. I mean, like, even if there's a meta, right, that doesn't mean that's what they want to do. So, I mean, I do get your point, though. I get what you're kind of putting out there. But I definitely think that, guys, cover is not above criticism. I don't think that Yagu's ever even pretended himself that they're above criticism, right? He said before, you know, we're working on management, we've messed up. I don't think he's ever said they're above criticism. So anybody online going, oh, well, how could you say that and criticize cover? Well, they should be open to criticism. And I think that's really important, right? Every company can do well, and every company can fuck up too. So I think that in a situation like this, if you feel like cover fucked up, you should be outspoken about it and be like, hey, cover did not do the right things here. And this is why I broke it down into 3 categories, right, chat? The fans, the talents, and of course the agency. And so this is why I feel like the agency just didn't do their job the best that they could have. So did they do nothing? Absolutely not. They definitely did stuff, but they dropped the ball in certain parts where it mattered. And I'm not going to say that male VTubing is the easiest thing in the world, because we've talked about this, right? We talked about this yesterday, where male VTubers inherently do have a little bit harder. But again, you are an agency, you're a corpo. If you don't know what to do with them, that's your job to figure out what to do, right? Like, you got to do that. So I hope that you'll support the JP boys, just because right now I know it's got to be a tough time for them. You know, keep Holostars in your heart, because, you know, maybe male VTubers are awesome, right? Male VTubers are awesome. They're just doing different stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. So why do I bring up all of this stuff about, you know, the boys, minus, of course, you know, we're talking about Hololive news. Well, chat, this actually kicked off the entirety of the discussion and discourse around male VTubing. It was literally this right here. And this caused a bunch of Twitter conversations, so on and so forth. However, guys, this actually caused Asmongold to share his thoughts on male VTubing. So let's go take a look. Of course, I did talk about this more in depth yesterday. We had some conversations, so I'm going to show you pretty much everything I showed last night. But let's go take a look, guys.
You see, Hololive is going to cut support for their male VTubers. So male VTubers are over. Based? Yeah, based. So, yeah, I mean, VTubing is all about girls. It is. It's a girl thing. Now, there are guys that are VTubers, and, you know, more power to them. Good for them. But the reality is that VTubing is a female activity. VTubing is like...
Yeah, it is female dominated, right? But that doesn't mean that guys aren't allowed to do it. It's not like how it's done.
It's like a clever use of game mechanics, like an exploit, basically, where women can stream without having to be hot.
Thank you, Moonlight Ord. I appreciate the 6 months, sweetheart. So again, immediately we go to superficiality, right? Talking about, oh, well, you don't have to be hot to be a streamer. Again, it's always about looks.
And this is a huge, huge thing. Because, and I've said this before, is that if you look at the top 50 male streamers, the top 100 male streamers, there's going to be a lot of ugly dudes on that list. If you look at the top 50, the top 100 female streamers, every single one of them is going to be at least above average. And the reason why is because guys watch girls because they're hot. That's...
Don't get me wrong. Having, being hot, having super... special looks, being, you know, perceived like sexy, whatever, right? Like, yes, that is an inherent advantage, right? I do understand that. But his opinion specifically on VTubing, right, makes absolutely no fucking sense.
The reason why it's so obvious and everybody knows it. But, you know, people don't want to say this, but it's obviously true. So, and 2 of your mods are male VTubers? Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, there it is. 2 of my mods are male VTubers. Well, yeah, and listen, guys, listen. Yeah, well, now you guys shouldn't join Hololive, okay? Well, I didn't know it was 2 of them. I thought it was just 1. They've multiplied now? We have 2 of them now? Oh, my God.
I just want to say, I don't think Aspen really understands that VTubing is a medium of expression. It has nothing to do with superficiality, right? Why do we immediately jump to that when it's just a way to create content, right? So again, I feel like every time Aspen talks about VTubing in particular, he's just wrong. Like just straight up. Like, just every time.
One, man. And McConnell Red, I don't know, man. And anyway, so here's the way I see it, right? Is that if you're like male VTubers serve no purpose. They have no, like, there's no reason for somebody to be a male VTuber because that, like, the value that people get out of VTubing is the fantasy of the character. So
the value of VTubing is the fantasy to get out of the character. Why can they not have that with a male VTuber as well? Like, you decide, you put a lane and you set up the lane, but you said, oh, but by the way, no, it's only for 1 car. Like, no. You literally actually defeat your whole argument by saying that, because for some people that fantasy does exist with male VTubers as well.
Male people that are watching are not, they don't need to fantasize about a male character.
Some of them do. I mean, some of them want to, right? And that's again, this is one side of an argument where yes, the demographic is predominantly male, but it doesn't mean that there aren't people that don't like to watch male VTubers. I mean, look at fucking Kinji or Shoto. You know what I mean?
So there's no real, there's no incentive that they're getting out of it. Sorry, Adelie. Sorry, but that, I mean, you know I'm right. You know I'm right about that. I mean, that's just how it is. And again, I'm waiting to be proven wrong, and I've been waiting for a long time, okay? Anonymity is the...
Exactly, yeah. Like, I mean, like, you have, like, Athel, Sayu, Shoto, Kinji. I mean, like, fucking Papa Ma. I mean, there's so many people you can think of that are using VTubing as a medium for creativity.
Why do we listen what a dude says who uses a dead rat as an alarm clock and gets scared by water more than my cats? Who drinks more soda than a Trekkie fan during the Star Trek marathon? Asmon is the last person I want to hear say things on VTubing. That's like listening to a how to cook meat video and the cook is a freaking
I mean, when he was
vegan.
around Talk Up, you know? I mean, honest deception, I don't like to go and insult people. I'd rather just break down their arguments, you know?
Reason? Well, you can just stream without a webcam. I mean, you can do that. Look at Lyric, for example. I mean, you don't need an avatar. I mean, I guess if you want to do it, that's fine. But I think that there's a lot of, and this is true, and I will say this, and this might get me in trouble, and I hope so. That way I can make content about it tomorrow. But a lot of the girls that do VTubing, not all of them, many of them are attractive, but basically every single unattractive girl that's successful in streaming is a VTuber. Every single one. Guaranteed. Every single fucking one.
Again, we go straight to superficiality again, but also like, let's see hypothetically, like, this is his statement, right? Like, well, we'll just take his statement as like a truth. Why would it matter? And also, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? That's your perception. I can sit here and destroy this argument in so many ways, right? But like, yeah, like, and how would you know if you've never seen them? The thing is, it's like, I know we said that most of them are attractive. I'm gonna be honest, chat, every VTuber that I've ever seen their face is fucking attractive. So, I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying that, oh, VTubing is a crutch for ugly people. Dude, why is it all about superficiality? Why can it not be about just wanting to create content as a VTuber because you like that medium or you value anonymity? Like, it makes no sense to me, right? Makes no sense to me.
And so maybe there's like a couple of exceptions on TikTok or something like that, but I guess I can't say every single one. I can say 99%, okay? So that's it. Hate,
yeah,
threat,
not even close,
and
bro.
that's the truth. And so if you're an ugly chick, you better get a VTuber model. You do. And I get that other ones do it for anonymity purposes. Other ones do it just because they don't want to have themselves out there all the time. More power to them. All the best to them. I have nothing against it. But I think that this other component needs to be acknowledged because it is real. And so that's all there is to it.
So again, Chad, this is just a really shitty take, a very superficial take. We broke this down more yesterday, but I mean, again, every time that Asmon opens his mouth about VTubers, he's just wrong. Like, even, I mean, look at Fruit. Fruit straight up, I don't know why to scroll up. When will this guy shut the fuck up? I mean, remember when Asmon inserted himself about the Fruit stuff, right? Where he's like, oh, Fruit's a cheater without even looking into the situation or the proof or anything, right? So, literally, like, the one person to actually call him out. Of course, Digital Vagrant also adding to this as well. There's plenty of others to talk about the sexism, the misogyny, the inherently creepy Gunner mentality present in this. I like to point out what a complete void of creativity this man is displaying and viewing the idea of a digital avatar as only a crutch for being unattractive. And I echo that 100%. Very much Digital Vagrant. So, you know, I broke down a lot more reactions and things like that yesterday. You know, this caused a lot of discourse about male VTubing, which basically we did talk about and kind of break down. I'll show you my thoughts on this, but, you know, some people were saying like, oh, you know, you have to lean into fan servicey content or ASMR. You know, Nekamiki's like, just do what you want to do. Fruit is former member of VShojo. You know, Mickey says like, you know, I can't believe you're telling other people what to do, telling them to go into a specific box to succeed. You know, we have, I'll show you all my stuff that I have pulled aside because there's quite a lot. You know, Boogie goes on to say, like, hey, you shouldn't have to pivot, you know, just to be successful with this algorithm brain nonsense. Again, I agree with that. We have other takes here from people like Lulu. Lulu says, I think the issue is male VTubers don't know how to lean into their demographics. Probably be more popular if they lean into doing more fan servicing content. Again, most people may not be comfortable doing that. You shouldn't have to create content that you don't want to quote unquote be successful, right? I feel like this was a great wrap up from Chibi Okami. This growth shouldn't come from becoming something you're not. Be who you are and what you're comfortable with doing. I agree with that 100%. Of course, even you know, Mujin adding into this as well. Says VTubing is a perpetual cycle of rage bait. No, you don't have to go against your principles and show nudes to succeed in this space. So, and I covered this very much in depth, chat, but I'll kind of re-echo what I said. Look, you should not have to lean into anything you're uncomfortable with just to be successful, right? Yes, male VTubing is harder because the demographic is not lined up in your favor, but that doesn't mean that you can't go out there and pursue your passions and still be successful in it, right? Your success is only defined by what you feel is success as well. If somebody says, oh, success, no, success. Say that 5 times fast, chat. That's only up to you as a creator. Only you can decide what success means to you. It's in the eye of the beholder. So I felt like this was just a really crazy, like, I don't know, conversation for people to be having, talking about how male VTubing just isn't as valid. Of course, Asmongold's take I felt like was very poor. And that's kind of where we led off, chat. So, you know, the whole thing from Cover Corp all the way down to Asmongold, this is where we got, chat. Now, of course, I did want to mention one final thing to you. There was this random person spreading misinformation about, you know, the Holostars boys. And man, Estelle did not fucking take that shit. Random person on Twitter says, didn't Estelle and Orlandis from Holostars say they were waiting outside the studio because they wanted to get along with the Holo members? Doesn't it creep you out when some random guy is waiting outside like that? So basically painting them as like creeps waiting outside the studio to meet up with the Holo girls. Why is that guys like you only ever have eyes for the Holostars side? No wonder the Holo members keep their distance. I mean, they're creepy fans like that around. So don't be careless, man. I didn't do shit. LMAO. Yeah, so just spreading misinformation like that is not helpful as well in this whole entire situation. So that, guys, is Holostars and the male VTubing, crisis, we'll say, going on with everything. It's just, it's very disappointing to see people not want to support male VTubers by trying to invalidate them. And of course, I think it's very disappointing to, you know, see this decision by Cover to start pulling back support for Holostars. So let me ask you guys, what do you think about this one? I know it's a lot. Guys. It was a lot for me too, pulling all this, but I'm sad for them, you know. I really hope that things get better, just because nobody should have to deal with that, right, guys? Nobody should have an agency that doesn't give them 100%. You know what I mean? Then that's how I feel. I feel like they just didn't give them 100%. Yeah, Asmon's take is absolutely atrocious. It's so bad. It's so bad. So, chat, we do have to talk about a pretty fucking crazy thing recently that happened. However, I'm going to take a quick detour because I do want to talk about something that was a little bit happier, right, chat? Recently, guys, if you don't know, let me ask you all, does anybody watch Law and Order SVU? Old television series, been around for a long time. Law and Order SVU. I'm sure a lot of you guys have, right? Or at least you've seen an episode or, you know, anything like that, right? I used to, of that show, yeah, a long time ago. That's been a long-standing television series that has been around for a very, very long time. Well, chat, I gotta tell you something pretty crazy. VTubers have invaded Law and Order SVU, that is right. Of course, we have a tweet here from Pink Sakura that says, oh my god, I'm watching Law and Order SVU, and in today's episode, they showed a VTuber. I could not believe it. Well, that's right, guys. There was a whole ass VTuber inside of Law and Order SVU. That's absolutely right. So, let's go take a look here. This was on season 27, episode 16, guys. If you guys would like to find it, right? Just if anybody wants to watch it. But, of course, we did have a artist go on to say, woo, I, along with my good friend, Slimmy Studio, have been given the opportunity to create the model used for Law & Order Special Victims Unit latest episode involving VTubers. Give it a watch. So, of course, here is the model. Now, I can't show you the clip, guys. I will get copyright stricken. I did look into it. But what I will tell you is, it's actually really cool. I watched the clip, and they're very kind to them. They don't try to make them, like, out to be weird or anything like that, right? They're just like, oh, that's cool. And then they talk to them, and they're on screen for about, like, a minute. Then they get about a minute of screen time. So, it's actually really fucking cool. I love that VTubers are integrated into now, you know, full-on television series that's been around for a very, very long time. So, yeah, they treated them well. They didn't make it out to be weird or anything like that. So, very, very cool. Very, very cool. I heard the episode overall is actually pretty nice. So, go check it out, guys. VTubers are in Law & Order SVU. Very cool. The VTuber takeover is real, exactly. So, chat, we also have to talk about another issue going on. My goodness gracious. And this has to do with somebody we've had on the channel, chat. You remember when I came back after Christmas, I had a special charity event with a bunch of Sonic VTuber creators, right? Well, guys, one of the people that we had on the channel for this charity event, their name was Sora Starlight. And Sora Starlight is in a bit of hot water. So let's go take a look, guys, at what's going on here. We have a Google Docky to talk about in this particular thing. And there's some heavy allegations. Now, chat, some of it is related around, you know, like fictional content, that kind of stuff. I'm probably gonna put more on the shelf, just because, again, for me, guys, you know how I feel about lolly and underage fictional content.
Donkey Deliverer.
It makes me uncomfortable. I don't like that stuff. I know some people, you know, I get the argument, like, yes, it's not real, but it makes me uncomfortable, right? That's not something I mess with. But there are some other things I'm gonna look at that, you know, are some other allegations as well. So anyway, let's take a look, guys. Now, I want to point this out really quick. This person was removed from the Sonic Boost team. You know, we have boosted props here. He does a lot of, like, you know, it looks like Sonic-related stuff here. But this person has been removed. So, it's come to our attention that some questionable actions have been committed by one of our guest creators. After looking into this situation further, we made a decision to remove this creator as a guest at Sonic Boost. Referencing, of course, you know, Sora here. We appreciate everyone who's brought these concerns directly to staff, and your continued patience and understanding with our executive team as we manage these situations privately. So I will point out to you as well, Sora was also banned from a Dallas Sonic event as well, guys. So this is kind of the prerequisite to what we're going to be diving into. But let's check in here with Pibbles. Pibbles actually going on to say, I'm sharing this because no one should be intimidated by fake legal entities. I'm choosing to be transparent, so this doesn't happen to anybody else in our community. Thank you for sticking with me through this. I'm ready to just be an artist again. So what is being alleged here is that Sora and Pibbles had some kind of disagreement. Sora got involved legally, sent something, you know, like a cease and desist, or reach out to them to stop. But apparently, allegedly, what Pibbles is saying is that this stuff is fake. So what is being alleged at is they're using fake lawyer, fake legal services to intimidate them. So we're gonna see how true this is, right? Let's go take a look. So just a little bit of backstory, right? Sora Starlight and Pibbles had some kind of prior disagreement. that they had resolved. And Pibbles had made a post on this March 28th. This is going to come back up. We'll put it up on the shelf for now. I formally rescinded that agreement because I have discovered it was obtained through fraud and the simulation of legal processes. So, again, whatever this disagreement was, Thor went the legal route to have them, you know, cease and desist, right? Which, personally, for me, chat, if somebody says some shit about you, I don't know if I'm going to jump immediately to legal processes. I feel like that's a bit much. Like, people are going to talk shit, right? Like, I mean, I guess if it was a certain caliber, sure, but it's a little weird, right? So I want to put this on the it's a little weird counter. And we'll put the counter as number 1, okay? Guys, can you keep track of the counter for me? But it's a little weird counter. We're going to put it at 1, all right? You guys got that? Every month, Source Starlight used the identity of a fictitious New York law firm and unlicensed attorney credentials to pressure and intimidate me. I'm now verified with the New York State Unified Court System and building management at One Liberty Plaza that the legal documents Source Starlight served me were fraudulent. The firm she claimed to be represented by does not physically exist at that location, and the attorney name she used is not licensed to practice in New York. Okay, so that's a little weird, right? Maybe it can be explained, though. Source Starlight was the sole person behind these threats, using a fabricated legal persona as a tool to force my silence and coerce a scripted apology. I have filed a formal grievance with the New York Attorney Grievance Committee regarding this unauthorized practice of law and criminal simulation. I will not be engaging in any further contact with Source Starlight. I will allow the proper authorities to handle the matter from here. Thank you for your support as I set the record straight. I'll talk to them or talk shit back in the bins. I wouldn't have to, it would have to be defamation case, right? And I think that's what is my guess on what allegedly happened, right? So here it is, guys. Here is the office here. Here's the place. It's in New York. Let me make this a little smaller so y'all can see it. I don't know if I can actually. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so here it is, of course. You can see all New York, etc. And of course, as you see, your attorney search returned with no results. So again, they're looking up the name of the legal counsel inside of New York State Unified Court System. They don't appear. Now, I'll be honest, how this can be explained, but we'll put it up on the shelf, right? You know, demand letter, if you do not comply with the above demands within 7 days to the day this letter would be forced to advise our client to pursue all available legal remedies, including but not limited to a civil lawsuit for defamation, seeking monetary damages, injunctive relief, and attorney's fees. So again, I'm talking about defamation, right? So, please govern yourself accordingly. And here is, of course, the person, right? So, I feel like maybe this whole court thing can be explained. But let's put it up on the shelf as we dive into the comments, right? Pibbles goes on to say, emailing me on your alt doesn't help your case either. This person is not registered in New York. The alleged lawyer, he's registered in Texas and works for Samsung Electronics. Stay away from me, Source Starlight. So they're saying this is the alt. Again, I don't know if that's actually their alt. I don't know if there's any proof for that. We'll see though. So here is more to this. I'm sorry if this surprises some people. I've been worried for nearly a year because of legal threats involving Source Starlight. Because of that, I moved to Blue Sky. The problems I'm facing in our friendship were hard for me to deal with. Even now, I'm still trying to work through those feelings. I wanted peace and healing. And just when I thought I was getting there, it made it more to fix her reputation. Maybe Pinfra? I don't know. I no longer feel comfortable being part of the Sonic community here, and I started feeling anxious when others started talking to others after I spoke out about Source Starlight's actions towards me and others who made content for her. She portrayed me in such a negative light with this community despite the fact she frequently crossed boundaries with many. While she may choose to distance herself from the content she previously created, which is adult-related content we'll look at later, she cannot endure actions that have hurt many people along the way. The only comfort I had was when this first happened was hearing when others who had gone through the same thing made me feel a little less guilty, because I wondered if they knew who she was, I will only saw her through her own path just like it did. There's a lot of manipulation and making me doubt myself, which made me question whether my feelings were real. My therapist is the only person I talk to IRL about this. I couldn't tell my mom when I was dealing with legal threats. When the same person I had told her I worked for, no one would really understand what I went through. I felt guilt and shame for almost a year because of Sora. I spent a lot of money to remove my personal information from data broker lists. I feel physically unsafe because Sora used my home address to send me a fake letter. What started as online worries turned into Sora using very personal details about me. It was terrifying. I created a legal contract, hoping she wouldn't take legal action against me. Still, I had to accept that I need to apologize to her for what she did to me. I was sincerely apologizing for everything unfolded. It sounds like they had like some kind of personal problem, right? I didn't get a single apology from her. In the end, all I can do is stay hopeful that others will see past her words and realize what really happened. I had to remove all my proof because of her fake legal threats. And it worked for her because now I look like somebody starting lies and not somebody who is a victim. Of course, here is the original email back on March 28th. This is a proposal for a mutual and final resolution. I understand you're worried. I promise you that with you willing to work with me to give a direct and unambiguous statement that I have no interest in pursuing anything further. This either resolves it or it doesn't. I have no other reason to ever bring this incident up again. So if bad actors try to continue to ruin things for me, I can point her to a statement and let it speak for itself. I'm starting to feel a bit worried about this. Would it be possible for your legal team to look over our agreement before we go any further? I just want to make sure it is clear and taken care of before we share the document. Since the deadline is tomorrow, I'm reviewing everything to make sure it's all in order. And again, there is that initial letter that we saw before. So here's actually a little bit more. It says, Dear Blank, I represent Blank, a professional content creator and online influencer with respect to the defamatory publication you made on or around June 3rd, 2025. Come to our attention, you published a written statement online containing unsubstantiated and harmful claims about Blank. I'm Sora, right? These statements have already begun to circulate publicly and are causing significant reputational and emotional harm. The actions appear to be motivated by personal animus, as evidenced by your own admission that your intent was fueled by Blank collaborations with larger content creators. This supports a finding of malice under applicable defamation laws. We hereby demand the following actions be taken immediately: immediate removal of all this content, a public statement of apology and retraction, and confirmation of writing you refrain from any further defamatory or harmful statements. So again, now they're alleging that this is all false information, saying this is a backup account, etc. So again, I don't know if we have any proof this is an alt account, but there it is, right? So let's kind of see the follow-ups from Pibbles here. Okay, so we read all those. So just want to make sure I get it all, chat, because it's a lot. There's a couple dockies we got to look at. So Pibbles think of a follow-up as well. They go on to see here. Thank you all for your support today. Moving forward, I won't be sharing any documents publicly to enable ongoing investigations. So it sounds like there is some legality going on. I've also reached out to the relevant authorities, both in New York and locally. If I issue any more apologies, please know they're not on my own terms. All right, so Sora did respond to this initial claim, chat, so let's take a look. Now, wow. Let me see if I got a backup of that really quick. Wow. let me see if I get a backup of that really quick. One moment, guys. I might have a backup of it, actually. Thank you, Wolf. I think that I have it. But give me one moment. And I'll let you know if I need it. I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, I got it. Don't worry, guys. I got it. Put the banana in. I'm tagging in the banana. Stare into the abyss, Dad. So this is Sora Starlight's response to the document. That says the truth is pretty simple. So let's give it a read, guys, and see if any of it makes sense, right? Let's go.
So let's get this out of the way. I'm
Okay.
going to work backwards from the current situation and reference what led us here in a Q&A format for ease
Okay.
of reading. Q. Did you impersonate an attorney and / or law firm in order to intimidate Toonfon / Pibbles?
Okay.
A. No.
That is saying they did not. So they're gonna go on to explain this attorney part. So let's check it out.
Q. Why is the attorney, Asif Noorani, ESQ, not appearing in the New York State Bar search?
Okay.
A. Simply because he is licensed with the Texas State Bar, not New York. You
Okay.
can view the Texas Bar database at the link below, along with additional public records that outline work history, education, and more. You can also compare the signature shown in Toonfon's screenshots from her tweet, left, to the one in the online PDF below, right.
So they're seeing right here, eligible to practice in Texas, Samsung Electronics America. So I guess my question now is like, okay, so if they work for, it's crazy Sonic music is playing, by the way. I just want to point that out. So why are they listed as working for Samsung Electronics, and how did they end up working for Thor? Right? Are they do they do like side work or something like that? I don't know. But anyway, you can see they are eligible to practice in Texas. So I feel like that would at least explain why they looked up in New York and it didn't show up, right? They're actually licensed in the Texas bar. Okay, I feel like that explains that enough, right? So here we go. Let's take a look here at what they have to say about this.
Q. Wait, it says the attorney works at Samsung
Right, yes,
Electronics
exactly.
in the Texas
So why
State
is
Bar
that?
entry. A. I'm not an expert, but Googling for answers tells me that they have worked as in-house counsel for Samsung. That does not mean they exclusively work for Samsung, and attorneys can have contracted work from multiple sources.
Okay, so basically what they're saying is that they were working on the side for whatever the service is that I guess that they hired. Even though they work for Samsung, they do side work.
Q.
Which I think is explained
Why
here.
are you using a Texas State Bar certified attorney even though you live in New York? A. I used a service, to help
Okay.
streamline the time and cost when I had to respond to Toonfon's original allegations back in June 2025. Because Toonfon is based in Texas, I was matched with a Texas-based attorney through that service. The documents that were sent
Okay.
to Toonfon, however, appear to be filtered through Letterdash's New York office.
Okay, so they use this service, which put them in contact with this person that works in Texas. They issue the stuff. However, their office is in New York. Yeah, it does say that. Okay, sure. I mean, there you go. I guess that explains that, right? Because Toonfon is based in Texas, I was matched with a Texas-based attorney for that service. I don't know why that matters, but okay. So here's my question, right? Why not show a screenshot of you purchasing this service, right? Like you can take away the important information, right? But why not just add this in, because this would prove that 100%, right? You know what I mean? Like it's. Is there a screenshot of this? That's what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? Like, because this is all text, right? Give me the proof. I mean, if you, that will strengthen your defense, right? I mean, I guess this is explainable enough.
Q. What were Toonfon's original allegations from June 2025?
Alright, so this is important, chat.
Before I had rebranded as Sarah Starlight in late 2023 in order to pursue content creation as a Sonic VTuber, she accused me of commissioning her and other artists to create inappropriate art involving fictional underage characters when we used to make comics together. She claimed they all had to for the sake of money. However,
So again, chat, I
no
know the
evidence was ever
level of
provided by
mileage
her
is
or
gonna
any other
differ for
artist to
people on
support
this one,
those
right?
claims. At the time, I fully debunked the allegations, including sharing conversations and screenshots showing that all characters were clearly stated to be 18+ within scripts provided to artists. It was always understood, but I made
Okay.
it a standard. It's
Where's the
also
link to
worth
that
noting that
document?
ToonFawn
I
never
know
worked on any
screenshots.
18-plus content for me. Everything she worked on was family-friendly.
I mean, here's my thing, right? Why not just include that document, right? Like, if you have all these screenshots of this, like, put that in here, like, strengthen your argument, you know? I feel like we keep missing out on that. That's really important. Like, drop your support.
Q. So you used legal force to silence ToonFawn? A. No, I was trying to protect myself after
Yeah,
serious
absolutely, Chip.
accusations were made. Anyone in that position has the right to take steps to protect their
Yeah, I mean,
reputation.
that's true.
My goal was
I
to
don't know if I
resolve
would
things
do that,
privately
but-
and move forward. Unfortunately, private matters were shared publicly, which escalated the situation at the time.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that's quite a big jump, but I mean, that is a fair statement, right? You do have the
Q.
right to
What's your
protect
history with
yourself.
ToonFawn? A.
Okay.
I commissioned ToonFawn from around 2018 to 2022 to work
Okay.
on comics because I'm not an artist myself.
Right, absolutely.
I did scripting,
Same,
and
I'm
she
not an
did
artist
illustrations. It worked well for a time. She later stepped away from commissions due to health reasons, but we remained friends until a misunderstanding regarding a comic involving a shared character. Instead of reaching out to me
Alright.
directly, she made a public call-out post, and we stopped speaking after that. Years later,
Okay.
June 2025, she made the allegations after noticing my growth within the Sonic community.
So I guess they're trying to attribute, because they were growing, they were, these people came out with this stuff,
Q.
right?
Why did this
Maybe
resurface
that's true,
suddenly?
I don't know.
A.
I'm just, where's the
Since the
receipts?
allegations in June 2025, occasionally I've been
Hey, I want
approached by
the
others
receipts,
saying
you know?
that some creators were quietly working against me behind the scenes. The past few months, I've continued hearing this from multiple sources. It was very frustrating, and after a lot of thought, I decided to reach out to ToonFawn to see if we could resolve things and issue a joint statement. She was very much open to
Okay.
it, and we talked things through until we reached a mutual agreement. She also shared that she had experienced harassment and wanted to move forward as well. We released the joint statement, which received little attention, as expected, but I appreciated her willingness to finally make an absolute apology that the allegations were untrue.
I'm gonna read this. My counsel has vetted and approved the following. I'm reaching out in hopes that we can resolve this situation surrounding the statements and accusations made about me last summer. It's been extremely difficult to deal with since summer. It has caused ongoing emotional stress and has negatively impacted my reputation, along with opportunities I've worked hard for, including brand deals and collaborations. I want to be clear, nothing I have ever commissioned from you or any other artists involved what was alleged by you. These claims are not accurate. And despite your original public apology, including the one sent to me directly, damage has persisted. I would genuinely prefer to resolve this respectfully without escalation. To do that, I'm asking for your help in correcting the public narrative. Specifically, I'm requesting a public clarification that addresses the inaccuracies of the claim so that there is no continued misunderstanding about me. Yes, you previously made a public statement about some community creators, dismissed it and continued to try and interfere with growing my career as a content creator. Okay, so it seems like they're trying to resolve this, right? My goal is to simply move forward and prevent any further harm. We're unable to reach a resolution. I may need to consider other options to address this impact that has been long-term, including damages to my reputation, lost opportunities, and severe personal distress I've experienced. I hope it doesn't come to that. Okay, open to working this out constructively and would appreciate a response. We're able to, so we discuss it further. I want to sincerely apologize for any difficulties, misunderstandings. This is a response email, by the way, or hurt I've caused you, including the public incidents and feelings of betrayal. I also wish to express that I have some concerns regarding the way our separation has been handled, which I believe may have affected both of us. These circumstances have impacted me professionally, resulting in missed opportunities and commissions, as well as the creation of multiple negative profiles and attacks directed at me. I hope we can communicate openly and constructively moving forward. I've been transparent about my contacts, explaining the situation was rooted in a misunderstanding on my part, and I've refrained from discussing you or the circumstances that has caused you distress. Here's me being an expectation for me to offer further public clarification or an apology. And I want to clarify that I'm committed to resolving this professionally. Okay, so all around good here. If I have misunderstood your intentions, or there may be additional concerns, I apologize. My intention is to proceed respectfully and avoid escalating this situation further. Thank you for your understanding. So, all right. So, I mean, if there is some emails here that showing that they did try to reach out to each other. That's not a whole lot of evidence to work with.
Are
but...
you using alternate accounts to email Toonfon or harass her? A.
Right, so
Absolutely
they're saying,
not.
no alt accounts.
The stress and anxiety from everything that happened was already enough. I have no interest in engaging. I know some people want to defend me, and I appreciate that, but I'd strongly prefer that no one gets involved.
All right, so they're saying it's kind of a he said, she said on that one, but
why is Toonfon now claiming you impersonated an attorney or law firm? A. Toonfon appears to be assuming that because the attorney does not appear in the New York State Bar database, the representation must not be legitimate.
Which we did see
As explained above,
you know,
the attorney
earlier
is
it was
listed
explained.
with the Texas State Bar.
Well, I mean, I think
used the
that part
service
can
and
maybe be
relied on what
dismissed.
was provided to me.
You know what I mean?
I did not impersonate anyone or fabricate legal representation, as I have the appropriate finances to do so legit. Additional screenshots for letter-law firm service. This demonstrates the validity of the original C&D and engagement with an attorney.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Letter support. Please read this carefully. These steps below are supremely important in making sure the reminder the process is seamless. 9 months ago. Please review the attachment. Make sure you do not change your context. Please do not change the file name, etc. Once your draft is final, it's required to upload the final version, then complete the approval form. And here's that link. Okay, so here's some actual evidence here. So it does seem like, you know, they did go through the process, right, guys? I mean, on June 27th, so there is a screenshot showing that legitimacy of actually pushing it through, right? So, okay, you know, there it is. So it does seem like maybe there's a bit of a misunderstanding when it comes to the law part of it, right? I think that we could look at this part and be like, okay, why did they private, by the way? What was the point in this? Anyway, so again, alleged right here, they're saying they're using a false lawyer. Well, it does seem like, you know, they used some kind of service that outsourced it to some person who happens to work at Samsung, but they were able to offer their services separately as an independent contract. And of course, here is some proof of that as well with, of course, the information here. So I feel like they were able to address some of the stuff here, right, chat? So, okay, you know, fair enough, right? However, we do have more to this, chat, and we're going to talk about another document that was dropped. And that is the one here from Dex. Dex says, please, documented evidence on Source Starlight, NSFW, Lolicon, and Shotokan abuse SA, and overall sensitive topics. Okay, this right here, chat, that is a strong-ass fucking claim right there. If this is true, that's absolutely nuts, right? Now we've jumped from, okay, alleged fake legal entity to abuse and SA, right? So we're going to be looking for some pretty strong proof behind that, right? So, all right, well, here we go, guys. Buckle the fuck up. Yeah, we're going to have to see how this one pans out, Cotton. Exactly. Very serious.
Start here. This document serves to organize and preserve evidence.
Okay.
Currently, I am writing this document on April 2nd, 2026. As I find new things, I will compile them and label them properly here.
All right.
I do not wish to use this to harass, and the following is all public information that is readily available, information that I got consent to share, and information that was once public at the time of screenshotting and has since been deleted. Again, I am compiling evidence for anyone who wishes to ask and view it in an organized and structured way.
I'm down for that. I love that. So, that's perfecto to me, especially when I go through Google Docs.
Please remember while you read
organization.
that you must come to form your own opinions. Opinions can be swayed, but remember that facts cannot. My opinion is that I am in the firm belief that Sarah is someone who should not have a platform.
All right.
While I have to take everything as alleged, there are things that are simply undeniably true, and they are things I completely disagree with. It's gross behavior in my honest opinion.
So chat, let's get this out of the way, right? Because we're gonna be talking about this right here, Lolicon and Shotacon, right? I've been very clear, but I'll be upfront again about it. I'm not really a fan of that stuff. It makes me uncomfortable, right? Yes, I know it's fictional content. I get that. I'm still made uncomfortable by it. I'm not gonna attack you based on how you feel about it, but it's not my personal cup of tea, and I don't really like it. So that's where I'm gonna leave, my thoughts on that, right? Some people that, you're into that. I'm not gonna sit here and, attack you about it, but for me, that's my line just personally. I don't like that kind of stuff. So, however, they do say, depiction of minor characters, fantasizing of sexual assault. I mean, if that's true, that's really shitty. Presence of minors in not safe for work adult spaces. This right here, chat, that is a big deal. That right there, that is a huge no. What do you know? We're not even allowing that, right? So, all right, during my investigation, I've had some pretty damning things that the public may not have known. My investigation only started here to see a Source Starlight Street on me, blah, 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 right? This is probably gone. It's probably privated. I want to speak to something that's affected me since last summer. The last 8 months, I had to deal with online harassment from not random people, also fellow content creators from the Sonic community. So, I'm going to talk about moving forward in their statements. Okay. Got it. So, that's kind of where they made their post, right? So here is the lawyer section, and I'm interested to see their thoughts on this because I feel like this part was kind of explained, right? But with new information on Sora's side, there are a few questions answered, but more popped up in its wake. Okay, so here is the response. Here's a document where Sora clears up some things in regards to the cease and desist. We got those. We already read those, right? So, all right. So let's take a read, chat, and see what they have to say about the legal part.
I've received help from someone who is knowledgeable in the law to help break down each claim.
That's the best thing you can do for yourself.
Starting off, this statement was not made nor endorsed by any body or practice of law. It was formed through research and consultation from law enforcement professionals. Did Sora impersonate a law firm? No. However, the way in which they went about obtaining their demand letter is clouded and left to speculation. Is Sora's lawyer
I think
legit?
they should enough proof.
Yes, the lawyer
You know what I
listed
mean? I
is
think they should
licensed
enough
and
proof in that
registered in the
part.
state of Texas. However, they are associated in a less than operable capacity and have no cases listed for public record.
That is interesting, though. That is actually interesting. So, yes, we understand. I don't think it's left to speculation, right? Because they did provide proof. But also, this is interesting as well. No cases listed for public record. So, I mean, again, I think it could maybe be explained. I think there's enough benefit of the doubt. Okay, we'll put that up on the shelf, right? We'll put it on the side.
Was the demand letter real? This is a matter of local statute. While any licensed lawyer can draft and even send a demand letter,
Right? Yep.
some things provided show less than legal appearance. The law firm listed is not the one the present legal representation for Sora is noted as working for. Was the demand letter proper or proof that Sora is correct in her listed grievance? No. While a demand letter can be a powerful tool in obtaining a desired outcome, it is not the proof she has a winning case.
Right, yeah, absolutely. It's
Sora
just
thinks it is,
cease and desist
or
at that
wishes
point.
to
It's
portray
not
it as.
court summon
A
or
demand
anything like
letter
that.
is meant to express grievance,
Yep,
cast a
exactly.
legal threat and obtain an agreement outside of court. It is common for lawyers to use these letters to force or persuade a person to comply out of fear from risk of fees, court, or damages. A demand letter does not mean your lawyer thinks you can win, it means they think they can scare the other party into complying.
Which again, I don't think we were really concerned about them winning. I think we were more concerned about just like the legitimacy of the letter, right?
Did Sora use the threat of a lawyer to silence
Yeah,
her
exactly,
accuser?
Walk. Like it's explainable
Yes.
away enough.
This
You
demand
know?
letter cited no possible course for an amicable outcome, only threats. It is a clear and aggressive tactic designed and crafted to scare a person into obeying without a proper case nor court process.
I mean, personally, I would not be
Did
jumping
Sora
to a
avoid
court letter if
because
somebody
she's
talks
guilty of
shit.
the accusations?
Personally, right?
Matter of opinion.
But everybody's
No one knows who will win or
you know,
lose when
level
the
is
judge
different,
sits
right?
and the lawyers battle it out. Sora has the means, capital, and ability, said by Sora herself, to easily pressure this case in court for damages and defamation. The only reason to not is the fact that in court, all comes to light. Sarah is aware of the content she has created and actively tried to hide. She could not risk it coming out in court, so she opted to use threats, fear, and manipulation to coerce a desirable outcome from this situation. When that failed, she herself
pursued her accuser relentlessly to force compliance. No lawyer would advise this. It is harassment. I guess I would love to see the original claims. The original claims are gone, right? So we can't see those until we scroll down a little bit further, right? But I don't know, like if somebody says enough shit, right, and you want to pursue it legally, I mean, like, I guess that is well within your right. I guess when you say to pursue her relentlessly, I would need some proof for that, you know what I mean? These are pretty strong accusations, right? So I want to see a little bit more proof with it, so we're going to be looking for that, right? Just because Sora has the capital and the means doesn't mean that they were going to win either way, right? So for us, we were looking at the legitimacy of the claims themselves, right? I wanted to know were the court claims actually real or not, and it seems like they were, so that's kind of where I'm at. I want to see the other stuff, but okay, this is kind of their thought, right? They're like, no lawyer would advise this, it is harassment. I would need to see where they were pursuing them relentlessly.
Has Elara been behind Sarah's actions? Questionable. No competent legal counsel would agree to Sarah publicly and privately harassing the other party involved.
I'm pretty sure they just drafted up
this
a
is
cease and
extremely
desist for them.
uncivil and frames
You know
a
what I
bad
mean?
view to the courts. After the initial demand letter, any serious legal counsel would have taken over communication between Sarah and Pibbles. In conclusion, while Sarah's claims, proof, and course, at face value, seem proper and legal, there are simply too many holes for it to be a saving grace or judgment of innocence. The law can be messy but not this muddy.
I'm going to be honest, I think they drafted them a cease and desist. I think that's it, right? Because like you said, this is only that part, right? It's not like the actual next step of the legal process and court proceeding, etc., right? So like, I feel like they only drafted that part. But again, I feel like they showed enough where it's kind of like you can't... I feel like it was good enough proof, right? Does it seem a little weird with the circumstances? I will say yes. Because especially it's like all these state lines and all this other kind of murky stuff. But it is all explainable away. So again, I think I'm going to put this part up on the shelf. What do y'all think, chat? Let's go look at the original claims. So Twitter certainly is the best for looking for old information, especially since the search feature is very topic sensitive. But I did find some things that helped me dig further back, all the way to 2021. For starters, here are the aliases that Sora has used. Current is Sora Starlight, old is Fluffy TG, and oldest is Usagi Raid. So here are the three names that we know of. Here are the listed aliases for Pibbles, who was the one that pushed out the document here first up. And that is, their old name is Toonfon. So that was artists that they worked with, right? I'll be using these aliases that they pertain during the time that they were used. I'll be primarily using Sora Starlight to clarify who she is. Any Fluffy TG will be very important later on in regards to tying her to certain links and threads. So while I'm investigating the farthest back I can find, Sora Starlight's mentioning addressing the situation was July 7th. Okay, so here's the original, here's original stuff, right? Wait, did they unprivate? Oh, they unprivated. Why were they privated to begin with? Like, I mean, honest, there was no reason to private. That was actually, I'll be real, chat, privating is a really dumb move. I'll be honest, it makes you look bad. In my opinion. So anyway, as some of you know, I recently the victim of a hate campaign led by an artist I consider a friend. That person is Toonfon, who I worked with many years ago, commissioning artwork from her regularly, right? We had a falling out based on a misunderstanding, and unfortunately, that misunderstanding turned into something more for Toonfon. I would like to put that on the That's Weird count. Can we put the privating on the That's Weird count? Yeah, can we make that number 2? It's kind of weird. Can we agree on that, chat? Keep count for me, by the way. However, I'm happy to say that everything's settled. I'm sure it is because I've been deeply hurt. I need closure. You know what happened, right? Toon Fun. Here, you know, I'm gonna let Elara read this. Elara, give it to us. What's up?
Toon Fawn publicly accused me of commissioning illegal art involving minors, among other serious claims.
Okay.
These allegations were false.
All right, so these are
but
the original
damage she
claims.
did to me is
Shoda
real.
Lolly artwork.
As a result of her actions, I was hit with harassment, disturbing messages, and a level of fear that crept into my daily life. It affected my sleep, my confidence,
I mean, I'm really
and my
looking
overall
at these
well-being.
other things about minors.
I wanted to
in a
speak out
Discord
sooner,
server, like
but
that's
I
what I'm
waited
more
because I didn't
kinda
want to turn
interested
this
in.
into a public fight.
Okay.
I needed things to be settled, and I needed to gather everything I could.
So I will say this, Chad. They were banned from, you know, a Sonic event in Dallas. I wonder if this had to do with the artwork stuff in particular, right? Because I know that they were not allowed to participate in that particular event. So I wonder if that was tied to
I went through years of
this
archived
artwork,
content,
right? Or whatever it
consulted
was.
trusted friends, and even reached out to respected content creators in the Sonic community. I handed over gigs
Okay.
of data. Nothing offensive was found. Because nothing like what she claimed ever existed. But with every new wave of attacks, and every person who silently unfollowed or distanced themselves, it wore on me. I was afraid. Not just for my platform, but for my real life. My future. My family.
Let me be clear, the allegations were false. No proof was ever shown by Toon Fun because there was none. Even reached out to the artists I worked with, trying to back up her claims, so that conversation logs that completely contradicted what she was trying to spin. So, okay. All right. One of the oddest things about these claims to her is that she directly implicates herself in the other artists involved. Even the wildest hypotheticals, or I commissioned something illegal that would make her and the other artists I worked with just as responsible. Saying that she and the others needed the money isn't an excuse. From the very beginning, she admitted the whole thing came from a place of spite. She said herself that she did this because she saw me collaborating with bigger creators. Eventually, she deleted the document and all related posts and issued a public apology. Oh, that's it. I guess she felt like because she was threatened with, you know, legal action, she was like, okay, you know, I'm out, right? Her apologies buried in a tweet, which is a factor in my decision to move forward with this post. But it confirms that this wasn't about the protecting community, it's trying to hurt me. The worst part about all this is this could have been avoided. Last time we spoke years ago, she misunderstood the intent behind a comic I was working on with another artist. I get why I might have looked bad at a glance, but instead of asking me directly, she blocked me to assume the worst. She didn't want to clarify, she wanted conflict. So, you know, thanking people for their support. So it seems like they had a fundamental disagreement about this artwork, right, chat? There's the tweet that we looked at, and there's the apology as well. Here's a link to the original document. Under replies to Bibble's original apology post. It was my business as a worker employee. Everything that happened affected me in various ways. Yeah, but content really is not okay and illegal on the internet because everybody has a way to keep your real name in private, keep it anonymous like information about the real life and stuff. Unfortunately, I had to use her real legal name to prove the analogy was towards her. I meant no harm. I didn't want a dead name, but legally my hands were bound. Okay, sure. The next statement was made July 10th, which was the one that we looked at, right? Going on to clarify certain stuff. So, again, I feel like this is just some kind of disagreement that they went at each other's throat about. And it seems like they publicly, you know, apologized, had they emailed, where they were like, yeah, we both didn't do this the best way. Let's, you know, discuss it and come to a resolution, right? As a part of that apology, right? So, do you need a new socials as well? You just tried to sue me unless I publicly apologize. Where you got all the evidence is they're trying to scare you. No, she got an actual lawyer. I feel like you're look likely to win given the fact I have evidence. You make 6 figures. I can't afford a lawsuit. We'll do like this publicly apologize, but if I find a way to share this shit around, I won't stay for behavior like that. Thank you, I'm tired. So here's the debunking document this where it attaches. Within the document, she states that she used to be in the gender bent community, which seems to have not super work stuff within its content. Since becoming a bigger creator, she decided to distance herself from the community, which is fair, right? Okay. I mean, again, it seems like all this kind of got resolved.
I'm not one
But
to
why is
kink
this
shame,
coming
but
back
some
up?
of the content that
Here's my
was found
question,
within
right?
old Patreon posts. These were
Okay.
found on a public site called Kimono that archives old Patreon posts that can be viewed even after its deletion.
Okay.
Was disturbing. She also claims that all characters in the scripts she used for her content were 18 plus and aged up. It's worth noting that in these comics, the characters themselves do not look any different from their child appearances. For instance, the Pokemon characters look the exact same as they do in the media they are from.
Yeah,
Even
so
further
again,
example,
I think the issue
Go,
here is
from Pokemon
they're
Journeys
looking at
versus
this
a
and they're like,
screenshot
hey,
of
like,
a panel from
you know,
Sara's
this is
comic.
fictional content, but this is involving people who are fictionally underage. And that devolves into a whole separate conversation where people are saying, you know, they're on one side, some people might be on the other side. And again, I feel like this is something you need to resolve, you know, privately, right? But here's some of the panels, right? So, she also claims that none of her art was commissioned child prawn. Again, this brings up her claim that all characters depict their 18 plus stamp, but it's not necessarily fair to blame people who question the validity of that. If or not, it is very disturbing. And I can see, again, for me, like, I don't like stuff like this, so I do get where they're coming from, right? Second statement, I'm getting back into swing of things since I feel like myself again. Well, what's up, Daz? How are you? With the documents of releasing Tupon's public apology now out, things are clear. The whole situation was heavy confusing. To be clear, it did take legal steps, and somebody's trying to defame you, especially with certain accusations. You can't just ask nicely and hope it goes away. That's not how this works online. So they're basically saying, like, yeah, I did do this. And they've been very open about their thoughts. And of course, the attached statement that we read from Pibbles is Toon Fun. We've already read this once, right? But I want to sincerely apologize for my actions that have caused you harm. Says Pibbles. Both to your well-being and reputation. I regret attempting to defame you out of pettiness and bitterness over the ending of our business relationship. So again, it seems like they resolved this, and the only reason this has got pulled back up is because they thought their lawyer was fake. But it does seem like the lawyer being fake could be explained away. So now I'm just kind of like, where's the like, I guess, strong substantiated evidence, right? I mean, like, if it's like a Lolly and Shota thing, yeah, okay, I totally get you. Like, you can have your argument about that, right? But where's like the essay and the other, like, really, like, minors in a Discord? Like, okay, that's problematic, right? Like, I want to see the proof on that. Additionally, recognize that using correct terminology, my initial apology. I apologize for the oversight. I acknowledge that my actions were inappropriate, misguided. I retract all posts related to you and commit to refraining from speaking to you in the future. Okay, so again, it seems like, you know, they resolved this. So, and again, casual update. Oh, we just read that. Okay. Painful to see how people quickly will believe an accusation without ever asking your side. One person can decide to ruin your name, and suddenly people you trust to turn away. I mean, that's true, right? Worst statements from Toon Fun, tired of being silent. VTuber Story Highlight has written self-insert CP comics as a history of bestiality as well. I'm interested to see where this is. How should people should know they're interacting with when it comes to stuff like this? Yeah, I was her comic illustrator. These used to, she even used me as a creepy outlet of posting kids in her underwear too. Alright, so these are all censored, so yeah, that's yucky. Not for me. And you can see what's under this person, right? So yeah, not for me. Not for Elara. Not. Yeah, that's yucky. And I know what people are gonna say, like, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, well, it's fictional content. Yes, I understand that, but I also have my own personal line, so I can be like, that's yucky. And I don't like that, right? So, that's yucky, and I don't like that. I'll pass. Small note, I'll be censoring all names here, have nothing to do with the situation. You respect their privacy. Now, here is where people who voice their concerns. I mysteriously just got missing. Source Starlight hit replies on her first public post on this situation. Okay, so I would like to add this to the that's kind of weird counter. Why are you hiding replies? Can we add that to the counter? How many are we at, chat? You shouldn't be hiding replies. That makes you look guilty. Following her once that contains some pretty valid questions and some evidence to let me into the next stage of my investigation. Okay. This is a genuine concern. Okay, so read the entire thing. I'd like to believe you, but there are many things I'm concerned with. Firstly, the fact that we have the art. Your username is said several times in multiple instances. Since we have the art, it's safe to say that there's no misunderstanding what it is. Characters depicted very much not have a legal age. Second, the messages requested art are confirming to be you. So it's basically like they're like, Forrest said, well, it's unfounded, but also like, you definitely commissioned the artwork, right? Fourth, the doc was deleted because you threatened her. She wouldn't have deleted otherwise, and she shouldn't have to. You silenced her sharing her POV, right? Again, I don't know if immediately going to like a legal fight like that is, in my opinion, the best thing to do. And lastly, 5, you shouldn't have proof. You're telling us to believe you on the smaller artist is lying, and yet there's no evidence she's wrong. Again, I just don't understand why you would hide this, right? Okay, we're doing this. They very much weren't, but even if they were aging up a character, so you can sexualize them, is not what you think it is. Yo, what's up, Appy? How are you? Thank you for the raid. Did you beat him? Did you beat him, Appy? I know you did. You beat him, didn't you, Appy? You kicked his butt. Did you beat him, Appy? Did you beat him? Appy is on the final boss in the Lies of P DLC. So I won't spoil, but oh no, you'll get it. I believe. Yeah, you did destroy your controller, so you're working with a handicap. Well, what's up, Raiders? My name is Elara. Happy up. Today we're talking about the Vtuber news, where a Vtuber's been accused of basically faking legal documents. As far as I can see, I don't think they did that, but there's some other stuff that we're looking into to see if there's any type of substantial evidence for that, right? So. Yeah, so to see, she's like, I get it, Appy. You had to do your whole, like, only keyboard. That's tough, girly. So, don't even worry. You got this. Talking about aging up characters by materials such as bad as drawing, especially to one specifically requesting. It's just saying, like, look, you bought this stuff. You bought into it. Yeah, I mean, you obviously commissioned artwork. If you are seeing that, like, I don't know Sora's thoughts on Polycon and Shotacon. I'm gonna assume that they're pro, considering that they bought this stuff. So I think if you were involved with Lolly and Shotacon related stuff, I think there needs to be a realistic expectation that some people find that stuff weird, and some people don't like that stuff, right? Just like there's things out there that some people just don't like or just don't agree with, right? I find that stuff uncomfortable. It's not for me, right? That's my feelings on it. And I feel like you shouldn't, if somebody feels some type of way about it, I don't think that you should try to invalidate how they feel about that, right? Like, if somebody wanted to come after me and be like, well, you shouldn't feel that way, it's like, but that's how I feel about it, right? Like, I understand it's fictional content, but I don't like it. You know what I mean? That's my feelings on it. You can't invalidate that. So, I guess I would wonder where it kind of falls on that, but I'm gonna assume they're pro about it, right? Defamation requires a statement to be completely false. The statement's in question and backing. This is a scare tactic. I mean, again, I don't know why they jumped immediately to legal ramifications and went with a cease and desist, but if that's what they felt like, okay, right? Alright, and apparently they had this Patreon, of course, with this, questionable stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a watch it, but I don't share it much. I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. It's understandable if they are into it and want to distance themselves, right? Alright, so, just talking about that they do, not safe for work stuff, etc., right? So, and this was them linking their previous tags. So, again, I'm looking for, like,
Sara claims
outside
that
of the
there is
Lolly
no
and
proof towards
Shotacon,
her allegations.
I'm looking for those really strong
And yet,
accusations,
when
right?
faced with potential
That's what I
evidence,
want.
has hidden them in replies in the post that tends to pop up when you simply look up Toonfon in relation to Sara's Starlight. And with the hidden replies, there was something that I caught. Her previous tag. We'll get there in the next section, but I ask you please keep that old alias in mind.
Okay. Again, I feel like hiding replies is just not the thing to do, right? Like, here's my thoughts. If you're innocent, you're 100% innocent, right, chat? Let the innocence speak for itself. It's like, okay, for instance, the Mizu situation I went through, right, where I was calling her out about her anti-trans and hateful views, right? I didn't hide replies because I'm like, absolutely, say what you're gonna say about it, because, you know, the people that feel one way about it and the people that feel the other way about it to be able to see the entire argument around it. So I feel like hiding stuff is just all in all not a good idea, right? Sora has also been found to defend Amy Jones. Wait, chat, what? Take my memory on this. What is, what is the Amy Jones controversy? I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Falsely reported individuals for stalking at events. Allegations of unpaid work. Affair. Commission omission. Exploiting collaborators. Role in exposing allegations against Cyberspire. Oh, Amy identified themselves publicly as the accuser in an alleged sexual assault case. Oh, shit. Oh, this was with Cyberspire. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Sora's been found to defend Amy Jones. Alright, that whole thing, wow. Okay, yeah, that whole thing. This post contains discussion of sensitive topics, including sexual assault allegations not intended for minors, so anybody uncomfortable with such subject matter. Don't engage with unless you've already in context with this situation regarding Cyberspark and, of course, Amy Jones, right? Sexual assault allegations are incredibly something, and can have life-altering consequences. Post is not intended to determine guilt or innocence. Instead, I want to draw attention to extreme bias and one-sided attacks currently directed at Amy on the release of the latest, with some video, right? This video is charged with harsh, emotionally charged rhetoric. Investigative journalism, yet a frequently lacks balance of objectivity. So they're just talking about a video, right? Anatomy of Lucas Sora Starlight, who I got outed for liking children, sued the person who outed her to keep quiet. I also backed up Amy like her life depended on it. The father of Amy Jones, the Sonic community evil queen. Amy Jones is a tragic story about one sweet girl who was corrupted by the quest for money and power. She ruled over her community. She took advantage of 10 plus years. So basically they're saying they defended somebody. Basically they're saying they defended somebody that, was allegedly shitty, right? Yeah, so, again, this is just from a Reddit post, right? So take it all with a grain of salt, right? But role in exposing allegations against Cyberspark. Amy reported identifying herself publicly under her real name to accuse her in an alleged sexual assault case involving YouTuber Cyberspark. But that was, proven that they were lying, right? Yeah, that whole Cyberspark is like a whole fucking rabbit hole, chat. I would actually go and look into that whole thing on your own, right? But so yeah, basically this looks like this was the person that falsely accused Cyberspark, and Sora was seen as defending them, right? So it's wild how Pink Rose, Amy Jones, and Sora Starlight are all bad apples and her friends. Very ironic. Sora Starlight didn't even bunker Lolicon allegations, even though they're pre behind him and threatened her Commissioner Mega Force apologies, hypocrites. I mean, I assume that Sora is pro Lolicon, right? So they're basically just saying, like, yeah, they didn't try to, like, go after this person who made these false allegations towards Cyberspark, right? So maybe they change their opinion over time. I don't know, right? I mean, obviously it's not, like, the best look if all of that is true. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm a professional on that particular piece of drama, so that would require, more education on my part, right?
There is also an allegation for sorrow when it comes to an alt account by the name of Anonymous Mobian. Through the investigation, there was a very interesting tie. When looking at the follower list of Anonymous Mobian, there is a connection to DeepTude, another suspected alternate account of hers. DeepToot was also an account name shared to a user who sent Pibbles an email.
I think that we would have to do the whole separate thing about, you know, this Amy person, and of course Saberspark and alleged false allegations and all that. But basically, what they're implying here is that she's a shitty person, and that she made false allegations, and Sora Starlight supported them. Basically, is what this part is trying to basically say. Anonymous Mobium, but where does Anonymous Mobium about Toon Fun? Oh, so here's where they're trying to tie it together, right? I come by the name of Anonymous Mobium, and Anonymous Mobium goes on to actually retweet this stuff about DTude, about Toon Fun. Again, I don't know if this exactly proves that they're them, but it's an interesting tie, right? Alright, so here we go. Debunking Sora's debunk. This section will house the debunk that Sora gave in response to Toon Fun's original allegations. Within the document, there's a section that will slowly debunk some Sora's claims, right? Okay, so this is the original one, right? Alright, so let's continue. This is the version of the document where I went through each statement and debunked Sora's claims. Some of these are peer-reviewed and additional evidence will be shown after each claim that can debunk that specific statement. Okay, so, yeah, it's a speculation. It's a speculation. So again, I'm just like, right now, the only thing for Sora that I want to point out is like, the legal stuff I think is put up on the shelf because I think a lot of it is easy to disprove, so I don't feel like putting anything at Sora as far as falsifying is right. I don't think there's enough to really like substantially claim that they were falsifying some type of legal documents, right? I do think it's a little weird to be so aggressive, and there's a couple things that are weird to me, right? What's our weird counter at, chat? But other than that, I mean, it's just like Lolicon showed up based on your opinion, right? They're responding to allegations. Let's get this out of the way. These allegations are false. Claims like this can ruin lives. He's discussing the Toon Fun would throw them around so carelessly. This all stems from a misunderstanding about 3 years ago. And it's clear that there is spite behind this, right? Yeah, I mean, you gotta be careful with accusations, right? And that's why we gotta dive into this. Content, hi all, thank you for your patience through these troublesome months. Allow me to speak on Toon Fun, a past content contributor to Fluffy TG. So this was back in 2022, February 13th. Whether you're aware of the events surrounding us or not, let me be clear. Regarding all of this, do not attack or give them grief. While admittedly make an insensitive tweet that sparked a squabble, fact is that she mistakenly believed I'm making this entire comic series specifically devoted to bringing attention to her. That left the Fluffy TG team in the past. In reality, the current story arc will be released. A throwaway line of a character complaining they had free time to help save the day since our artist bailed on us was written. Insensitive me, but hardly an entire story centered around Toon Fun. So they made like a one-liner in the comic that the artist thought was about them. Anyway, upon reading this tweet, Toon Fun proceeded to tell one-side story on Twitter longer that abused our friendship, and he released prior information about me without consent. Corresponding to doing this on Twitter, she erupted over my rebuttal, went on to dump even more info, including full-on screenshots of many personal conversations between her and I. Interesting, the second after releasing information to me, did not reveal or make any of the additional posts we made. Rather, it was yet again Toon Fun making a knee-jerk reaction to simply embarrass me. Okay. Again, this is all some kind of personal disagreements, right? I'm looking for those very, 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 very strong claims. So, to be clear, Toon Fun had no right to publicly release our private conversations. Yes. Oh. There was no sexual harassment. Ever seen a dumb anime girl asked to hold hands and cuddle? That was the extent of it. Mind you, she at times would encourage it. This is largely absent from her information dump. So, my bottom line is simple direct message to me instead of in a frustration to her tweet would allow me to explain and apologize, which she did both times. Mind you, was the epitome of an immature child throwing a tantrum. So, that's it. I have nothing more to say. openly about it. So again, it just personal grievances or whatever, right? Below, I'll break down every claim, point out the flaws, and share what screenshots I was able to recover. Sadly, not much from our old conversations was saved. So some of this comes down to word to word. If we read a Google Doc objectively with my breakdown in hand, it's obvious this isn't about protecting the community. It's about somebody holding a grudge and letting jealousy over my small success as a creator turn into something harmful. So, guys, I'm gonna be so real with you. I feel like this whole part with them, you know, debunking a debunk, like, this is all between Sora and Pibbles, right? Okay, my leg tightened up. So I don't. This is all old stuff, right? This is all old claims that they need to like work out between each other. You know, again, saying the insert itself, insert child prawn. This is factually incorrect. I never commissioned anything of the such. They go on to say this is untrue. Sora did exchange money for such art as shown here. So, again, this is more about the lolly. Shotokan stuff. So they're talking about how they, you know, bought this art from them, right? So, well, to endurance, my goal remains the same. I want to share gender-bending content that applies to as wide an audience as possible. So, okay, delete all the original legacy content, fix all tier. So they're talking about like they updated stuff, and they spent several thousands of dollars over the course of a year to have this art created, right? Removed all their content for Patreon once she became a Twitch partner. I no longer having artists create Nazi work stuff. They did say that they were going to step away from that, so yeah, that is some of it, right? They said they over time stepped away from it. Oh, here's all the stuff, right? Just to clarify, this change wasn't becoming a Twitch partner. I'm not a partner, I'm simply an affiliate. Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think that we're a partner, right? That's the first time she has published, commissioned, or written pornographic scenes featuring underage characters. Again, I think your mileage is going to differ on that, right, chat? For some of you might be like, hell no, I don't want to associate with that person, right? For other people, they might be like, well, okay, you know, I consume that type of content, right? For me, that's a no, right? The characters are intentionally underage or their age is ambiguous enough to get away with posting mature material featuring them. You'll find this making another allegation with no sources show this because they simply do not exist. Okay, so here we go, guys. Here we go. I'm going to talk about this for a second. What art? What commission specifically? Toon Fund is making yet another allegation with no sources to show this because they don't exist. These examples of art do exist, despite source efforts to delete them. So it's weird, chat. All of my not safe for work content was always posted on a paywall on Patreon. It was placed in DeviantArt, then heavily censored and marked as adult content. This involved underage characters or intentionally young-looking characters. The style was generally anime. We'll leave this to public opinion. These characters look childlike enough. Okay, and that's fair, right? Her past artists have also expressed their concern with illustrating such content, but because she had authority over their paychecks, they went ahead with it. I unfortunately fall under this category. They're saying because they need a paycheck, they can't do anything, right? Toon Fund claims that she and other artists felt uncomfortable with the content at commission, but chose to draw anyway because they needed the money. They openly admitted there's no legal content of minors ever created, and said she alleged that insisted on underage characters performing mature acts, but again, provides zero proof that any exists. No screenshots, no files, nothing. Accusing me of coercion, admits nothing illegal was created, and offers no factual evidence of backing it up. That's not just weak, it's irresponsible. And they go on to say that the commission from 4 different artists, my ex-girlfriend, Toon Fund, redacted an unknown artist since, I can't remember, since there's a brief period. However, based on the screenshots provided, both of these comments from redacted, which Toon Fund has gone their way to speak with order to further her own narrative. The Tails one made me really uncomfortable. I told her Tails was 8, and she acted like she didn't know, but continued the story. I had to change his design to look older, because if I didn't, I don't think she would have. I mean, if that's the way the artist felt, they definitely should not have done it, right? Oh, here's some full conversation. He said he don't want to win any trouble and they're really comfortable drawing kids like that. Okay, absolutely fair. Having a Sonic X stylized screenshot done for the story. I face your reward right now. Get right on it. Oh, my Izzy ain't an official canon. Holy heck. Is it possible to make this Tails older by having dimensional hopping shenanigans? So if you're showing a concern about age, all right, so now we're getting into a separate conversation. So if you're acknowledging a concern about age and you're wanting them to age them up, then are you acknowledging that age is an issue for you within this art? I mean, that's always the argument, right? Like, oh, it's fictional content, but if you acknowledge that age is a problem, right, then can we add that to the weird list? How many are we at, chat? There are a few things I want to clarify. I've grown up with a Sonic cast since the 90s. I never consciously viewed Sonic or even Tails as a kid. They're fictional characters. Didn't dawn on me, but I mean, that was a mistake. I didn't perceive Tails as being 8 years old, especially. Yeah, I gotta say, that was weird. So again, this is just debunk of this other document, right? The specific artist was not reached out to be concerned in the matter. I was given a screenshot from somebody who was a minor while in her Discord. Wait, what? Whoa, time out. The specific artist was not reached out to me concerning the matter. I was given a screenshot from somebody who was a minor while in her Discord server. Plain line by Too Fun. This screenshot wasn't even from my Discord. I'm not even sure where it came from. It might look like it came from a website. This steals Patreon content, which is paywall content. Regardless of where the content is, it's still yours. As the actual material, other characters involved were originally explicitly age 18 plus. In the case of Pokemon themed one-shot comics. Hold on, we gotta look for the proof chat. Always made it clear in some form that characters are aged up appropriately in the script, never underage. In their age up and having the artist rework their designs just so they're two different spectrums. Actually speaking like the words and sort of not make effort to have the characters distinguishable from their children appearances. As seen screenshot below for the script. Though will be presumed 18 plus, same as Chris, you can age invisibly, whatever works. Regarding Discord, my general stance was not to police every user unless they identify themselves as a minor. Oh, wait, whoa, time out. Regarding Discord, my general stance was not to police every user unless they identify themselves as a minor. You're an adult. It is your job to make sure that minors are not interacting with your stuff. When that happened, we removed them immediately. Okay, it's worth noting that Toon Fun was admin alongside me during that time. I actually participated in moderating server. Okay, so this was handled, right? If somebody did get a hold of it, well, that freaked me the fuck out. If somebody did get a hold of the stuff somehow, they were immediately removed. But I want to say this stance is kind of, I don't know. I feel like you got to make sure that you're keeping minors out, right? Let me make the post because I noticed that she was reaching out due to other Sonic creators unaware of the problematic past. I mean, again, I think that, you know, saying, oh, we removed them, that's good. Hold on, that is basically what everybody does. It's essentially saying, you don't grab them when they show up and go prove they're a team. That's what I'm saying, right, Walk? Like, when they say, oh, when it happened, remove them immediately, right? So, my general stance was not to police every user unless they identify themselves as a minor. I mean, like, oh, okay, I get what they're saying, Walk. I get you. Okay, I get you. They said this in the worst way possible. I get you. So they're saying that unless they found out somebody was a minor, they assume they go through the checks, that they're an adult, they're where they're supposed to be, etc., right? Okay, I get you. That was worded in the worst way possible. Let's continue, right? Yeah, but people lie and then they take action, which is what they're saying here. Okay. Thank you. I get you now. Yeah, that was about to freak me out. Like, what the fuck? So they're talking about history of retaliation. Which we have seen them, you know, have their gripes. Alright, so this is the part where they're talking about CP and mentions of sexual assault use as a fetish. Yeah, me no like you all that, right? I'm gonna look through this really quick, chat, just to make sure it's kosher. But I do think all of this, when I did scroll through earlier, it's fine. But again, this is all, you know, fictional phonic content, you know, with Lolly and Shotokan related stuff, right? I don't think I'm gonna show this, chat. I don't think I'm gonna show this. This is, you know, this is an opinionated topic. Again, for me, not for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna show this. There's also a part with DeviantArt where they do something similar. You know, where they have other art as well, right? So, of characters that are in the show that are underage, etc., right? So yeah, I'm just not gonna show it. So again, I know that everybody's gonna, most people are gonna say, yeah, yuck. Some people are into that. I'm not into that. It's uncomfortable for me. I know some people do the whole lolly Shota stuff. That is a whole fucking conversation. So, but I will tell you, if you want to look at the document, there is proof of, you know, there's art. There's art in there, chat. So let's get to what I want to actually get into. Minors in the 18+ Discord and artist abuse. So let's see if they're aware of that or they didn't do something to stop that. That's
TLDR,
problematic.
with proof of everything below this list,
right? If that's true.
According to one of Sara's main artists, from 2020 to 2022, once again, heavy claims of Sara using money as leverage over
Yeah,
artists.
it's just a whole ass can of worms.
This
which
artist
I'm not,
did not offer NSFW
I'm not about,
commissions
and I'll be honest,
and
I didn't know
specifically
that.
stated they didn't do them.
Not really
However,
for me.
Sara knew this artist was in a tight spot financially, so she pressured and underpaid the artist, knowing they would work for very little money. Sara absolutely preyed on this artist. Again, Sara had been working with the art community for a long time. She knew $220 for 100 panels was heavy underpayment. She has several claims of underpaying artists from people that reached out to me.
Holy underpaid! Oh my god, that's $2.20 per panel. Yeah, that... Okay, look, I understand that the artist might have agreed to it, but there is a little bit of a moral obligation to pay your artist well. I'll give you an example, chat. I had somebody that wanted to pay me, right? And they wouldn't pay me for services for something that I did not fulfill, right? Because of things that happened. And they're like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to give you all the money for it. I'm like, no. I'm not going to take money for a service that I didn't perform, right? So, you know, we met in the middle, we high-fived, and that was it, right? So I feel like, yeah, there's a little moral obligation there. What some people would say, well, you know, the artist agreed to it, said it'll hold him anything. I don't know. I feel like that's a little shitty.
There are so many NSFW artists, and she chose to prey on an artist that communicated on several occasions
Yeah,
that
exactly, Kage.
NSFW
If somebody wants to
made them
dive into lolly
uncomfortable.
stuff, somebody
Again,
can do that. That ain't me,
she took
though.
advantage
I'm
of them
not
for
just
how
streamer
low
for
they
that.
charged. Sara states she knows this artist is worth twice the amount she pays them. Yet is fully happy to keep this artist underpaid and overworked, again, knowing they are in financial struggle. After the artist joined Sara's Patreon NSFW Discord server for better communication, they found several underage members, who would openly state
Okay,
being
so
under
if this
18
is
and send
true,
selfies.
This is a
The artist
problem.
made Sara aware of this, and Sara nonchalantly dismissed
If this
it.
is true, that's a problem. That's a problem if that's true. We're gonna be looking for that.
If the character is underage,
Hey, what's up,
don't
Noah?
depict them in a pornographic manner, Sara said, while having done this both with and without aging kids up.
Yeah,
I
a
stay the
little
fuck
bit of,
away when it comes to lowly characters, as there
yeah,
isn't
being,
anything appealing about a kid.
Oh, God.
Sara said, having produced underage characters porn, has aged up underage characters for porn, and had engaged with several lowly content,
Yeah, that's
both
very
produced by her
hypocritical.
and in her DeviantArt
It's true.
favorites.
It's true. Let's look. Full testimony and all evidence below. When contacting somebody who used to work for Sword, there was a moment where in a discussion brought up a Discord server And it's your Discord server, there's allegation of reminders in the server, so explained away in an original debunked document. If the reminders are made immediately, okay? But I posed this question, why were there reminders in a Patreon Discord server? Just in case, here's a screenshot from the Kimono archive on its announcement tab. Here's proof that the Discord server existed, okay? Here's the testimony for the person in question providing me with screenshots, proving the reminders in the Discord server. So, I feel like this is an appropriate time to bring this up, chat. They deleted their Discord server. And even in the last moments, the server, she never acknowledged anything. What she did and framed this as harassment. I doubt she will ever apologize. The view in Twinkle Park was never about the team, only about herself. Hey, everybody, I'm sorry to say they're due to continued harassment and beyond. I've made a decision to close Twinkle Park. I appreciate and care so much for the community. It was born as Team Starlight's artwork. Can we add that to the weird counter? That's weird, chat. Why would you delete your Discord server? I'm not gonna lie, that's hella sus. That's hella sus. So here's a testimonial. Alright, here we go. It's intersexual themes, including rape, underage characters, and children. Alright, let's run it. Yeah, deleting the Discord server makes you look hella sus.
About 6 years ago, on DeviantArt, I was approached by Sarah to do a commission for them. I was always doing commissions due to not being able to work because of my health. We were living on my husband's income alone. My rates were pretty low. I wasn't very popular but needed the money,
yeah, understandable,
so I
Tom.
tried to have low enough rates to attract customers. Sarah commissioned me a couple of times after that, no problems. Sometime after that, I was approached by them via Twitter about working on a comic series for them.
Okay.
Comics were one of my commission options, more like short comics, where I charged for a 12-panel comic. But they wanted me to work on a monthly series, which did interest me. I mean, that's consistent income and I needed money. One thing I did not offer was NSFW work.
Okay.
I even had that on my terms on my commission sheet. But Sarah wanted
Sora wanted, NSFW comic work, not only after having never drawn, not only have I never drawn that super work art before, and I had no clue about how to charge for that. I didn't realize until more recently that people charge extra for that type of work. Okay, so they just didn't know. It was kind of ignorance, right? But, you know, they learned. It's a learning lesson, right?
I did tell them I've never done NSFW work before, but I was really interested in being able to have consistent income and doing comic work. We came to the agreement, even though I was doing something I wasn't completely comfortable with,
What's up,
that
Lancer?
we would start off soft.
Yeah, I wasn't really
so
aware
not
of the
really
Wally
explicit.
related stuff
I
in
wasn't
here, right?
aware at this time
Or
how
just the Wally
strange some of
stuff
the
in
things
general.
I would have to draw would get.
What
At this time,
particularly upset
I wasn't
you,
really
Lancer?
aware of the topic or details about being trans, as well as the popularity around the topic I was going to draw. It did get pretty strange and uncomfortable at times with what I had to draw for the first comic, but I'm not one to really judge something I know nothing about.
Understandable, right? Never heard this kind of thing until you told me about it. I like the comic idea, and there's one community at large. Talking about intention, comic would be positive transgender themed story, romance. Okay, you know, it's available for Patreon. It's tiered stuff, so just talking about it overall, right? But I know there's an audience for that, that's fine. I actually haven't done that super work. I need a decent amount of practice, no problem. Let's see, nothing sexual or full nudity. Can you draw a bit sick stuff with clothes on? Like this, so of course I'm not looking for you to do exactly these examples. For sexual parts of the comedy at certain stages, because I'm willing to do small things if needed as a start. Like you said, grouping and such, or groping and such, seems like a good start. If there's anything else similar to that, I can give it a try, so talking about it. As we discussed the details of the comic, they panicked and asked me for my age, which likely was over the age of 21. Yeah, you might want to make sure they're you might want to make sure they're an adult before you talk about doing not safe for work stuff. But technically, you didn't do anything wrong, so like to know this, we were particularly close to her, even more hurt. But what in particular about Lancer? If you don't mind me asking. These topics, these comics are based on sources. See, transformation eventually turns sexual, which wouldn't be too bad. but sometimes included what felt like harm and even creep. First comic I ever drew for him, it shadowed a hedgehog getting hit in a private to the hammer to begin their transformation. Alright, so it kind of pushed their boundaries, right? So there's the comic, right? I was grateful for the income. I would start around 160, needed around 400 a month, which in hindsight was not enough for the amount of work I had to do. So they should have upped their prices, right? But of course they took advantage of it. Again, they should have actually like not. They should have spoken up for themselves, right? If you felt like you were getting underpaid, you had to speak up. And also, there's a more obligation from, you know, Sora here to pay them correctly, right? So, what are things you would never want to draw? I want to be sure that I don't write something too outrageous. I think I want to state their boundaries. He's saying I didn't want to do full-blown sex or oral. All right, awesome. The comment that gave me the first red flag was the one that Tails. The one with Tails, the idea was to have Tails go through a transformation, have sexual thoughts about Sonic while touching himself, and Tails would eventually turn and grape Sora's OC. I think the CP would be the absolute kicker of the document. I only saw the censored doc because some of my friends with this uncensored. I feel really bad for them. Yeah, I mean, if the Lolly Shotokan stuff is where you know, draw the line, that's very understandable, right? It's not my cup of tea either, so I wasn't very comfortable with this, but they assured me that it's acceptable as long as the character looks like an adult. Okay, I'm gonna bring this down because I feel like yeah, this is just pictures, chat. Oh my god, there's a lot of pictures. So again, these are of the, you know, their OCs, some of the Sonic characters, etc., right? And they're participating in, like, you know, lewd or sexual acts, right? You get the idea, chat. You get the idea. But it kept asking me for more work. Even though we had already done so much, I was getting burnt out. Also, through all this, whenever Sora got a new interest, a new comic was born added to the comic I was already working on. I worked on 7 series in total. So, I mean, they really were in it for the money, but at the same time, like, you gotta make sure people are paid correctly, you know? Patreon rewards are starting to become a huge problem with the system they had in place. Patrons are supposed to fill out a form, which most didn't fill out right, leaving me to go hunting for all the right info, which I did not have time for. In order for this to become easier, Sora informed me of a server that they all had where I could talk to patrons to get information easier. Even though they told me to join right away, I've signed up into joining servers because I'm pretty shy. Eventually, they continue to ask me. Eventually, I joined, and not even 2 days in, I saw things that disturb me. This is an 18+ server with not safe for work tabs. I saw people clearly stating they're underage without communicating with an adult under the not safe for work tab. They were talking about sexual topics with each other. Sora themselves was even talking about it with them. I should raise sex up Sonic. You gotta go fast. How sex her up with movie Sonic. Do not torture your wife like that. Also, isn't Sonic like 15? Oh shit, easy. I know Amy was like 12. Damn, I don't really know Sonic like that. Well, I never got into. I just know what Ray tells me. So I'm asking this here for reasons. I want to ask this. What are your guys' opinion on Sonic Prawn? I'm only asking because people get triggered because Sonic characters are canonically underage. I'm just wondering your guys' opinion. Fairly simple to me. Think characters underage, don't depict them in a pornographic manner. But you did that. Okay, so now they're just hypocritical, right? Fairly simple. The character is underage. Don't depict him in a pornographic manner. A kid in a sexual situation is fairly grotesque. Well, you did that multiple times in the art. Yeah, you know what I mean. So like, if that's your moral code, right? On something like this, you defied your own moral code. Even so, I don't know how many squared issues or characters like Sonic, Shadow, Amy, Tails. Often these characters are really depicted that young, as within the franchise, which blurs the line, and the fact Tails I can't really see as being an 8-year-old. I'll say Sega says it's a kid, it's a kid. I cringe when I see Cream depicted sexually, but I don't care much when I run into the sexualized image of Amy. I mean, Sega depicts her with womanly features such as curved breasts, etc. That doesn't trigger that, oh shit, she's 15-year-old, this is underage porn. Feel like I would get it if they say cream porn was suddenly thrown in my face. In a current story of Gotta Go Girl Fest, I literally aged Tails up to over 18. And an older, more mature design frame is stated within the story. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I guess he aged them up, but also, like, I don't know. This is really muddy and shaky. Can we put this on the That's Weird counter? So where is the minor? Oh. Wait a second. I can understand all that. Yeah, well, the only kind of Sonic Prawn I really look into is the female characters, since you, like you said, Sega kind of already did that themselves. And when Tails is age up and also female. I think Cream is the biggest example in terms of Sonic Prawn. I mean, I can't imagine being able to find an excuse for depicting your sexually existing kid self. You were married, nice. I'm not even old enough to vote yet. Wait, why isn't it at 18 you can vote? The same age you need to be here. Uh-oh. Now we got a problem, chat. Now we got a bit of a problem. Now we got a bit of a problem. Wait, why isn't it 18 when you can vote? The same age that you can be here? Yeah, I was married and my coming out was eventually the death deal. Wishing you for you. We have kids. I'm a mom. On Turf Island. I'm just gonna stop talking now. Isn't it 18 when you can vote? The same age me to be there. I'm just gonna stop talking now. Sneaky. I'll be 18 in September. It'll be fine. Wait a second. Hold on. That's your Discord server. That's your Discord server. No. That's your Discord server. You're responsible. Oh no. There it is. There it is. Did they do something about this? Did they do something about this? I'm mature to talk about what they're feeling. I'm bragging. It's fine. Whatever. Just talk about whatever. So anal sex. What's it like? I'm not good. It's amazing. Well, as long as it's the right person. Okay, so they're talking about anal sex. That's nice. I've heard it hurts. I'm now 18 years old. Happy birthday. Thanks. Congrats. Oh, no. Yeah, so here's the problem, chat. Here's the problem. I'm going to show you. Here's the problem with this. So this person says, I'm not 18, right? And they say this in April 7th. And then, you know, several months later, November 6th, I'm 18 years old. They were in that server chat for over, 7 months? Able to access this 18 plus stuff and nobody did anything about it. You're responsible for that. It's your server. I think this right here is, yeah, you messed up. You messed up. You allowed a minor to exist inside of your server? No, and they freely put this information out there, you know what I mean? So, yeah, exactly. You failed to take action. Or allowed it to happen. I don't know which one it is, but, it's unacceptable, right? It's unacceptable. It's like, remember, like, Nux was, you know, allowing these, this minor to just exist in a server? Like, that's a problem. And this is a problem just as much. Basically, Drag, what happened was they allowed a minor into their adult-only Discord server. I mean, I guess maybe there's argument to be made. Maybe this isn't true. But nonetheless, if somebody, in my opinion, if somebody says, oh my god, yeah, I'm not even, like, old enough to vote, blah, 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 blah. Nah, dude, you're done. You're done. You're out. If you even imply that you're underage, you're out. Also saw something troublesome stuff in the server. Been nice to me and helped me out a lot, and I thank you, so I want to warn you. There's some people in the server who've admitted to not being 18 years and did not safe for work. A lot of people keep withdrawing minors loot, so I would say just doing a sweep. Yeah, there's more script. Oh, I see your other messages. Sorry, my writer didn't get stuff. It's fine. I'm out of town with stuff going on, so I got bogged down. I have your apartment problem, so yeah, I saw looking at the server stuff you mentioned. Guess you worked really hard. The door's always open. They told you. They told you and you didn't do anything about it. Nah, dude, that's it. Wrap it up. They told you about it. You did nothing about it. Even if it's a hypothetical person that isn't technically, let's say for them to say that and you do not anything about it, you're an adult. You gotta keep people that are minors, pretend to be minors, whatever, right? Nobody should be like, I'm under the age of 18. You'd be like, oh, that's cool. Nah, they warned you and you didn't do anything about it. Me loading Soranum. This right here, it's also hard to tell that they weren't booted and rejoined since all the names are censored and chances are they just left them right. I mean, is there like a tiny 1% maybe explainable way thing? Absolutely. I mean, it's like a very small 1%. I would expect Sora to follow up and explain this now. This would require a follow-up from Sora that needs to explain that. Absolutely needs to explain that. I left the server. I wanted to give Sora the benefit of the doubt. There maybe some kid slipped in an accident. But with the comic and art concepts, I had to got feeling bad, them getting worse. I couldn't do anymore, so I made an excuse to quit. They did try to change my mind. Yeah, Sora needs to address this. Like, absolute, like best case scenario, Sora has some kind of answer for this. But this is not good. This is something that it's like, oh yeah, you fucked up. Unless, like, even then, like, somebody's like, maybe I'm 18 years old and just joined. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see some, I'm gonna need some stuff, especially with this person that says this was action taken against them. It's a really bad look. On top of deleting the server, the other server. This is not the Patreon server that they deleted, by the way. This is their other server, but deleting that, all the other stuff on the that's kind of weird counter. It's not looking good. Not looking good, chat. I try to keep things civil because I don't like trouble. You know, I get that. Also, around this time, they debuted their new Vtuber model, started to become popular. Also, have a Sonic Vtuber before him, and it was like a hit to the gut. I think I wanted to just like kind of talk. I was sad he had to depart. Wasn't upset about it. Then as explored your Twitter feed, appeared as you were continuing to produce content at a steady pace, all within the time frame of your changing circumstances. I'm out to my mind spinning because these two things are painted a clear picture of me. It felt hurt. It felt as if you were hiding from me. If you needed in our partnership to focus on yourself, all because of burnout, I would have preferred just to be told the truth. Not long after, Story and Pips are going back and forth. I was already mutual Pips. Yeah, I mean, I do agree, Walk. I think at this point, there's a lot of things they've done that are like a bad look. And then on top of that, it's just like, you need to answer that, you know what I mean? There needs to be a follow-up on that. Nah, you're good, Zio. Nothing crazy, just like I couldn't work on anymore. Pips and I DM'd each other. Probably already knowing that there wouldn't be more to be quitting. She asked if I was okay. And if she was worried about the amount of workload they put on me. This is also when I found that Sora told Pips they were paying me $1,000 a month, but in reality, it's getting paid the max $400. Why did you lie about that? I mean, I don't know. It's just a pattern of weird stuff, right? It's just a pattern of like, why did you delete? Why did you hide stuff? Why did you misrepresent things? What? I don't know. It's too weird. My wee woo is going off, right? I'm looking at this really quick. Yeah, and again, they're talking about the 8. One case, she was only recently started paying me $400, and I was getting late with the payments. Even more, I was desperate for money to lower my rates for okay. So, I mean, again, I think there was a little bit more obligation to pay them. Well, I mean, I know they accepted that, but you also are accepting you took advantage of them, right? So, there were 4 more artists before me, one being their ex. Okay, so we did hear about that. AI art. Anonymous source reports that Sora has fed art they received into AI. Is there any proof of this? Screenshots over September 2025. I've been conceptualizing some outfits with AI to give an artist use as a base. Alright, so they did make some AI stuff as like whatever, right? I think this is speculative. You know what I mean? I think it's speculative. Based on the way AI databases work, it is undeniable that she fed her old VTuber model Hedgehog on the right. Oh, this one, right? Into AI generated references for their model. She's also using ad upscale images on her Twitter. Okay. AI trying to its best to recreate me result in some great new outfit ideas. She also made it using Mobian.ai, which is pretty viral back in 2023 because of an uproar of revolted artists having their art fed in this model. My question would be, I have a question here. Is there, let's say that this is hypothetically true, right? Is it actually against our artist TOS to feed it into AI? Because that would be a problem, right? Yeah, if the artist says this is specifically against my TOS, that would actually be a problem, chat. Hypothetically, if they did this, right? Lack of art credit, a pattern of doing that. Yeah, I mean, I do understand that. You should always credit your artists, right? People just talking about how that. I think it's just a minor, like, I mean, it's not a minor gripe, but it's a gripe. I think that you should definitely at least like be like, hey, like, that's something you can do better on, right? Like, as a person, like, you know, this is something you can easily adjust and do better on. So, we have a bunch of other comics as well here. Let me take this down for a moment. All right, it's just kind of adult related comments. You're saying there's a comic about high school girls talking about having sex. So again, there is that, right? All right, here we go. These screenshots originate from Sora's Discord server, Twinkle Park, the one that is actually deleted now, chat. All of it happened in the courtyard where about 50 people were present. Sora has on several occasions built a false sense of security in this area, manipulating the group. People into believing, defending, and fighting for her. She spread lies to the group, never giving full context of what truly happened behind the scenes, like not sharing the full length of the content she produced, defaming fellow creators, events, and cons because of her biased opinion on it, not being allowed in while having CP allegations, and so much more she couldn't do. Have shown the courtyard. Everything that happened, however, if that was true, it would mean that all these people that kept associating with her, including Team Starlight, were okay with all the underage not safe for depicted in the document, which they might or might not. I don't know. Screenshots were edited. Were edited and provided to me. The hone in on some of the language and claims she tossed during these moments. All right, let's take a look. This girl's actually so very stupid to be crushed in court. And that's not even what I want. Just go away. Can never imagine lying through my teeth like she has, all in an attempt to destroy my life. Okay, so talking about probably Fibbles, right? I mean, I guess you could say they're lying by omission. I'm sorry, maybe it's just whoever is in charge doesn't want you there. I'm so sad, emotional distraught. I must admit this, I did nothing from. I was accused of and I'm banned from an entire convention. They're talking about the Sonic Dallas stuff from an entire convention. It's what all these 20-something twerps or Sonic Twitter have a alluding to. Reporting and trying to prevent from going to an entire convention. Well, I mean, you gotta understand as well, Sora, like some cons are not okay with lolly Shotokan content. That's their right to, ban you from that convention. You gotta, look, you create that content, you put out comics about it, you gotta understand some people don't fuck with that kind of stuff, right? So, I'm sorry, like, that's just how it goes, right? They're talking about the Sonic Expo director, the Sonic Rumble Creator Program, and private conversations with content creators. They're choosing not to associate with her anymore, proceeding to trash talk organizations, people, and encouraging everybody to be against them. Again, we're going to need some proof, but regardless of truth or not, never be someone that organization content creators will feel comfortable engaging with, mainly when their audience is aimed at children. I mean, it's fair, right? Sonic community, I think, is very, like, kids-based, so why would you... I mean, I can understand their thought process, right? That Saint Sora would harm a real child. I deeply want to believe these are all merely fictional character fetishes. Exactly. But official representation, representatives have to act with the possibility in mind. Absolutely. This is a great sentence, paragraph right here, right? I think that's very fair. Sonic is aimed at children and teens. We are adults walking in space. We are the ones out to protect them. Absolutely. Here from Phoenix Sonic Expo. So, wait, let me see if I can read this. This is really, really, really tiny. Unfortunately, I don't think this is, Phoenix is somebody I think that oversees the Sonic, Dallas. Unfortunately, I don't think it's something we can help at this time. I also want to let you in for a quick chat about your attendance at the expo this year. There's an easy way to explain this to you, but we cannot accept your attendance after reviewing the information we have. We do admission refusals, the same for everybody. All right, there you go. Hey, thanks for responding. To be clear, I'm rejected from attending the expo itself, or somebody's a content creator. This is for attendance in total. Turns out why I'm more than happy to dig into it during the appeal process in January. Definitely a bit frustrating not knowing why. And not being able to defend my side of the story from whatever stems from, but I respect the process and wait. Thanks for letting me know. So they shared this. So there is not only am I allowed to be a content creator, they are banned from the entire convention. Why? Really means a lot. I agree the whole thing has been handled so poorly. I'm honestly so broken up over about it. That alone shows they don't care about the truth. They just swallow whatever's fed to them. But like, that's not true. Like, you need to understand that you will put out this type of content. Not everybody, you're kind of like misrepresenting, right? There is art of Lolly, Shotokan. I mean, you have like the Pokemon stuff, like it exists out there. Just be like, it's not out there. That doesn't make sense. It is out there, right? I figured your argument would be, I don't think this stream's dead. Is the stream dead, chat? Yeah, I hope not. Everybody type 1 if the stream's still alive. Yeah, that would make sense. Because, like, you know the artists out there, right? Like, you know the artists out there. I figured if anything, your main argument would be it's fictional content. This is a really weird direction to go with their, like, counter-argument, right? Bias towards me, bias investigation, like... I fucking hate this community. Sonic Rumble, LO Source Starlight, it's come to our attention you were associated with the content has been deemed wholly inappropriate and breach of the Sonic Rumble cater program. But you have to understand that you commissioned that type of artwork in the past. That's the type of stuff you know into that other people some people don't want that association, right? And that's their prerogative. In fact, I'm being gatekept like this, outrageous. All because this one person didn't like me decided to try and destroy my life by making the most heinous and destructive allegations against me out of nowhere. Yeah, now we're losing the plot, right? We're losing the plot. Right, if they don't like that stuff, or they don't want that type of, you know, content or somebody associated with that at their event, they are allowed to deny that. So again, I feel like my whole thing about this document is like, there might be some personal, like, feelings about, you know, opinionated stuff and things like that, but ultimately at the end of the day, chat, they do have to answer for that Discord thing, and on top of that, they really have done some weird stuff that I'm just like, why did you react that way? Why did you delete your server? Why did you private? Why did you go about stuff in the way that you did? It's just, it's weird. Additionally, several members of Twinkle Park have reached out and wish to stay anonymous. I do not want to provide screenshots avoiding any possible connection to them. Or may claim he said, she said, but it's quite clear it's not. These people love interest in Soren and are crumbling and leaving Twinkling Park. And the ones that aren't leaving are going radio silent because of source abuse and lies, nothing more, nothing less. I mean, like, it is a he shed, she shed, right? Little. He said, she said, right? But anyway, let's, I guess let's listen to what these anonymous sources have to say.
Below is a list compiling all the information provided by all the Twinkle Park members that reached anonymously. All of them report feeling manipulated, lied to, and backstabbed from several of Sara's actions over the past months.
And I'm just putting a whole Lolly Shotokan up on the shelf.
Sara doesn't show care about anything or anyone except her and her reputation. Sara shit talks anyone that doesn't feel comfortable associating with her due to her allegations, and tries to get people against them, even if they're friends with the victim of Sara's trash talking. Sara often dismisses any concerns brought to her, only caring about her own issues and working back towards fame and popularity. Sara makes Team Starlight all about her. She often tries to overshadow her team members and friends and rise higher than them, going as far as trying to one-up them by stealing their ideas and using her money as leverage for being better than them.
I mean,
A
again,
lot of
Chad, this
people
is
have
something
communicated that Sarah
is
uses
all
money to
alleged,
hold
right?
a
There's-
monopoly
this-
over
this
her
is just
friends,
anonymous
keeping
reports,
score
so
on people and
you can take
bringing
it
up
with a
the
grain of
money she
salt.
spent on them whenever they don't do what she wants. Several people have come up to reveal that Sarah has been caught lying on several occasions, both in the Twinkle Park group and in private DMS. She blatantly lies to her own friends, and tries to use friends with a bigger platform to spread her false narrative, even if said friends have expressed not wanting to get involved.
After announcement, after learning more and more, there's a cancel culture being spearheaded by some well-known Sonic creators that don't want my attendance at Sonic BoostCon. I said enough is enough, but this isn't. I don't think this is anything by being spearheaded. I think it's just, in my opinion, I think it's they don't want to associate with the Lolly Shotacon content, and that's their decision, right? I mean, you can criticize that, but it's their con and they can decide that, right? So, they're talking about, you know, ToonFun and them work together. The statement is unambiguous and does not spin anything is specific and outright. It says that the allegations about me were not true. How much more? Comments will be locked on Twitter, but that won't prevent people from retweeting either way going forward. No one can make assumptions, rumors, otherwise about me. I will not live in paranoia and what I could possibly have taken away from me. I'm thankful ToonFun was willing to do that. That does say a lot about ToonFun. Wait, I need to step in for this really quick. You're working with ToonFun now. The person who got you into this mess. What are your reasons? This is like, you do this without saying anything. I don't like this, and I can't see part of it. You don't talk with me or anything about planning to do something as big as this, and you go behind us to do this big decision. How can I trust you won't get hurt by this? So I guess it's because they had prior issues, and all of a sudden they're like on their side. So I assume this is with the Starlight people, right? Highness has been forgetting about it on Twitter. No matter how many receipts you provide, there are going to be people who just can't stand you, and they're going to either move on or find something else, or think you forced ToonFun to release this statement. I think it's a bad move. Or you changed, you decided to try and be better, and now you're doing this. Your reputation as a Sonic creator goes that far that total strangers are now more important for you. To decide how they see you, that you're willing to do this. I'm very beyond upset right now, so... Beyond the shit I've been going through, and know how much my friends had to deal with. Just by being connected to me, why when I want to fix it. Even if that meant setting aside my anger, working directly with the person who caused all this. I didn't even got him adult. And to her credit, so is ToonFun. Everyone originally thought this was a win. Two adults came together to resolve something that caused a metric ton of shit. But a lot of us knew how, and honestly still is affecting things. I've tried to open up what about the past week has been like for me. Because I want to have all the context. I'm hoping you help understand where I'm coming from. But again, you got to understand that the issue that the cons had with you doesn't really have to do with this. I think it's more about just the association with that type of content, right? I think that's the actual issue.
She
that I
states
think
how
Sora
she
is
set
not
aside
seeing.
her anger and worked directly with ToonFun to be a goddamn adult. She told Twinkle Park all of this was resolved amicably, yet, as shown in the 2026 section, this was clearly not amicable.
Right. Well, I mean, I feel like it was, but then because ToonFun thought it was like a false lawyer, they came out with that stuff, right? All right, so here's some testimonials. I don't think I'm gonna go through these, chat. This is just people talking, you know, kind of airing out their grievances. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go through this part. This is just, again, kind of more individual stuff, right? Miscellaneous. Okay, these are links to the DeviantArt, webtoons. Right, I mean, we know they already did this alleged account. Again, we don't know that one. This is alleged. Their Patreon. Okay, so, oh, this is their prior account, right? So, okay, cool. Alright, so the statement from Fluffy TG's Patreon about ToonFun quitting Sora. We already know about this when we've looked at this, right? So let's look at the concluding statement. Again, I'll let you guys read the testimonials on your own, just because, I mean, that's individual grievances, right? That's more like he said, she said. I really want to look at, for me, right? I think the Discord is problematic. I think a lot of the ways that they've dealt by stuff is weird. What do you think, chat? What are your thoughts? Let's look at the wrap up here and kind of see what we got. Yeah, I think it's all hearsay at the same time, right? So
This is the end of
is
the
it really
document.
adding a lot?
If you've reached this part, this will be my full statement on the situation. I was following Sarah's Starlight for about 2-ish months, and what drew me to her was her character's design, the aesthetic of her brand, and overall how professional it appeared. After this investigation, the phrase "looks can be deceiving" rings true. I do not know either party personally. I
Yeah,
came into this
absolutely.
frankly with no
I mean,
bias,
same here, right?
since
Neither party I really knew anything about. Once I was given evidence, it shifted. I feel like they had like, there were two parties that had like a problem, right, and a disagreement. But ultimately now it's blown up into something where like now some extra things are getting aired out, and especially the Discord thing, I think is probably, minus the you know, your feelings about Lolly and Shotokan, right? I'm putting that to the side because, you know, everybody has their own feelings on that. But I feel like the way that they misrepresented stuff, being like, oh, well, you know, the art didn't exist. Like what? Like, the art is definitely there, right? But why are you saying it doesn't exist? Because it definitely exists, right? It's just more like, why is your argument not it's fictional content, or you aged up these minor characters? It's just weird. There's a lot that's weird, and I would love to hear an answer about the Discord stuff in particular.
what is my opinion on Sarah? I don't think she should be a content creator. It's evident that on multiple occasions with past and current members of her community that she has become negligent, selfish, egotistical, and irresponsible. The Sonic community has a huge problem with holding people accountable for their actions. I view taking accountability as taking ownership of what you've done, and the steps you want to take to fix it. From the sound of things, these patterns from Sarah have not changed, they have evolved. Granted, she doesn't make any more NSFW content to my knowledge.
Sure.
And there are some things
It's more
from
the
them that have been
association
cleared up.
to it, right? Like you
Frankly,
you
that
used
applies
to do
to
that
both
kind of
sides.
stuff, so that's why it's like a
But
problem.
the fact of the matter is that the questions people have a right to ask are being avoided. Everyone has the right to their opinion. People have the right to keep you in their space, or keep you out. Just like how you'd have the same right. But you can't control everyone. And I find it so interesting that in your back and forth with someone, you say, and I quote still, I had to share the bare minimum to change the narrative of the situation online. It's really disheartening to see how many people have come out, speaking about their experiences with you, Sarah. If that many people were that upset with me, I'd rather do some self-reflection instead of focusing on changing the narrative. I hope
There's
that
things that
whoever
they
looks
need
at
to
this document
probably
can
address.
come to their own conclusions.
It is my thoughts as
I am
well.
not one to tell someone what to do. If we disagree, I can block and move on, or just nod and move on with my day. But like I said before, opinions can be swayed, facts cannot.
I think one thing that really stands out to me too is like the reason that I feel like that they got removed from these cons or not part of that content is because they were making Lolly and Shotokan related, you know, artwork, right? They had this comic series in their past. It's obviously still tied to you. People know who you are. And because of that, there are certain places that don't want to associate with you. And that's the name of the game. If you create that content, just like anything, right? Some people don't want to fuck with that, right? And you have to accept that. Like, sorry, you know, that is what it is. I also think that I would really, 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 really want to hear from you about this Discord messages. This particular person, if they were, you know, they said this, can you prove this person was removed? Because I have a big grievance with that, right? If that is true, if that's the same person, etc. I mean, I do have questions, but also at the same time, it's like, was this person removed? You were told about it? Did you do something? Etc. Right? So let's go take a look here, because I did have a little bit of a follow-up to some of the AI stuff. Somebody saying like, hey, you know, I want to ask if the AI section did sort of feed your art into AI. Of course, this person, I guess is the artist, says, please confirm my art was ever used for AI purposes. Is clearly state. What the fuck, Walk? What are you doing? Walk! What are you doing? I mean, I guess I did earn that from reading this document. What the fuck, dude? Walk, what the hell, dude? Thank you for the $500. Stop this, Wong. Stop this, dude. Stop this. What the fuck? Holy, Sora, you should answer this. If you're listening to this, you should absolutely answer this question. Thank you so much. Everybody take a moment to celebrate Walk for the $500 dono. And that might be the largest dono I've ever had. Thank you so much. Oh my god, dude. We're back at 13. To clear up as well. On top of that, guys, let me continue here because there are a lot of creators that spoke out about this, right? Apparently, Dex goes on to say, I've gotten confirmation that Sora's threatening to take action. This talk disappears, you all know why. Look, here's the thing, Sora. Here's the thing. I think that you are allowed to protect yourself as much as you want. I get that, right? But threatening legal action at every turn is like not the way, right? Like prove yourself in the public eye, right? If the truth is real, it'll come out. Not everybody is against you if the truth is real, right? And that's such an important thing, right? If you are truthful the entire time, if you don't have anything to hide and you lay it all out, the right people will side with you because they're willing to listen to the truth and look at it objectively, right? And that always it always proves true, chat. Of course, Scene, you guys know Scene. Scene says, I'm incredibly disappointed. My heart goes out to all the other members of the Starlight group. They're amazing people. My experience with Sora was not the best. It led to immediately mixed reception. Then again, I only had a handful of them. And I learned quickly what kind of content creator they were. So again, just sharing their experience, chat. Let's hear what Scene went through. And again, you know, stuff like this does add context.
I was invited as a guest for the Starlight charity event on December, where I had a collab with Sora included. I had a handful moments talking on stream and off with Sora, and they had a lot of ambitious ideas, but they always went in a very wrong way about things. And their commentary outside of stream was very off-putting, while on stream, they forced their kindness, also giving a manipulative back-sitting on other people's career and life choices. Very ironic. Please do better.
So again, Scene and I having a very good experience with them. Of course, Lou goes on to say, this breaks my heart. Sora was someone who helped me a lot financially as part of the project for several years. I even redesigned her OC. I feel like she's somehow to see me. I want to believe her since she was never mean to me, but seeing the evidence, I realized she was never a good person. How can you let minors with confirm age on your server where 18 plus content is also posted? And for me, I agree with you. That's got to be addressed, right? How can you force an artist who's uncomfortable drawing not safe for work to do it for you, not caring about them? I mean, there is a moral obligation there, right? What some people argue. Right now, I want to distance myself from her. I don't want to be involved with her actions. I'm sorry, but the evidence is here, and there's no way to defend it. Everything Sora did was wrong. I'm very disappointed. So I think for me, right, like Sora's got to look at this and go, okay, there's enough questions. There's enough, you know, kind of sussy behavior where some of this has to get, it's got to get called out a little bit, right? Of course, we have Michi says, I'm deeply saddened by seeing all this unfold. I think it's best to distance myself from the situation. I'm disappointed with some of Sora's behaviors, but I appreciate the time of your friends. Out of respect for that, I will not address this further. So, you know, of course, we also have Shino. Shino, the wolf, goes on to say, I think it's time now. I had a few days to process everything, to speak up. A lot has happened over the past few days regarding the Sora situation for me. Been too much to handle. My anxiety and ASD brain didn't allow me to process this at a normal rate, and I shut down. I'm no longer associated with Sora and Team Starlight, as you are aware, and that's been disbanded for good. To my Starcadians, everybody else involved, I'm so sorry that you had to go through this. My space has always been about togetherness, safety, uniting a community, and spreading a message of love that is and will always be my vision on mission going forward, right? I'm at a loss for words. My heart is broken. Out of concern for my own mental health, I would no longer speak an issue. I love you all, my Starcadians. See you on the stage soon. With love, Shino. So, I mean, like, I guess here's my wrap-up, chat. Like, I don't know. I don't know, Sora. You know, to be completely clear and transparent, you know, I did collab with Sora, right? I've collabed with Sora once through a collab thing, but I don't know them, right? Like, that's my only experience outside of it. Was it a back collab? No. I can't say that I had a bad experience, right? But I will say that looking at this, right, I think there is a pattern of behavior that is very questionable. I think that also the thing with the Discord, with, you know, minors in it needs to certainly be addressed. I think the part with the, you know, artists pinging you about the AI certainly needs to be addressed. I think that you've had a pattern of behavior that raises an eyebrow. I think that you also need to realize that certain people do not want to associate with lolly Shota related content, including cons, including other people. And if they want to distance themselves from you because of that, that is entirely their prerogative, right? They're allowed to do that just as much as, you know, you might like that content, right? Other people may not as well. I didn't see that either. That was my last note actually I wrote down later. My other thing too is like, it feels like there's some claims that I'm not really sure if I saw. Like, so for instance, the SA, the fake legal stuff, I feel like it was disproven, right? Like the whole thing about the fake lawyer, I think there's enough in there to be like, well, but I think it's explainable enough why this was kind of murky, right? But I do think that there are some serious grievances within this whole problem that certainly need to be addressed by Sora if they're going to address it, right? I did find it interesting they were privated than unprivated. Maybe they do plan on addressing stuff. I don't know. I do think that there were a couple of things that were in there that were kind of like disproven or were too strong of a claim, but I do think that there were things in there that were fair that do need to be addressed. So, you know, Sora, I don't know if you're going to watch this, you know, whatever, but my advice is that you either address these things or it's not going to be looking good for you. And I have questions myself, especially about the Discord stuff. And I think you need to fundamentally understand that this isn't people targeting you. It's people just, in my opinion, not wanting to associate with that type of content, right? So, exactly. Not everybody has to be accepting of your interests, right? Your taboo interests, whatever, right? So, what a story, guys. What a story. What are your thoughts on this, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, what are all your thoughts on this, chat? Because holy hell, dude, my brain wants to fucking explode. Discord stuff is weird. Absolutely. Discord stuff is very weird. There's a lot of things that I'm just like, nothing should be that weird, in my opinion, you know? I mean, some of it is explainable, and there was that one part where they worded it weird, and I was like, okay, I get you now, it's all good, but yeah, what a roller coaster, chat, my god. Yeah, my brain hurts. I would like a giant steak. That is exactly what I want right now. I'm so fucking hungry, dude. Like, my god. Walk, thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate you. You're absolutely nuts. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that dono. Literally single-handedly adding so much time to the timer, guys. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Well, guys, I do want to take a moment and say thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me and talking about this. What a wild ride. I'm sure that we will follow up on more news coming up in the next coming days. I might actually talk about VTuber news on Friday. We'll see how things go. But for now, guys, I'm going to go nom on some food. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you. Have a lovely
See ya.
rest
I'm
of your
gonna
day.
go ride around my motorcycle.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Bits
Thank
for your
you.
help.
Thank you. Guys, please go take care of yourselves. Please take a moment to thank Walk again for all the big donos. And I will see you all tomorrow for a little bit of news chatting with Lydia. Okay, we're also going to have community night tonight. So come hang out with us. And I'll see you then. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye, everybody. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Twitch. Have a good one, cuties. Have fun with Luminous. She's so much